meeting of the Committee on Agrarian Reform of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Agrarian Reform, Vice Chairperson Representative Ferginel G. Biron, MD, members, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Christopher Bongo,
Present.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe,
Present.
Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Judine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar. For ex officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present.
With 8 members present in person, including the chair, and 2 members present online, with a total of 10 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. The chair acknowledges the online presence of Senator Grace Poe and Senator Bongo. Esteemed members of this committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Mr.
Today-
Chairman,
Yes,
10 ba is a quorum?
yes, Senator Villar. 9 is the required quorum.
Kala ko majority. Okay, thank you.
Esteemed members of the committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, your committee is tasked to deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado Masunsong Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. May we hear the Commission Secretary's report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to the ad interim appointment under consideration in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the new rules of the standing committees.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado Masunsong Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform dated June 30, 2022 was received by the Commission on July 7, 2022 and was referred by the CA Chairperson Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri to the Committee on Agrarian Reform for its appropriate action on September 7, 2022 pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. The ad interim appointment under consideration was published on July 28 and 29, 2022 in 2 newspapers of general circulation and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the new rules of the standing committees. The appointee has complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements on August 31, 2022 as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. The Commission Secretariat received on September 23 and 26, 2022, 3 manifestations of support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado M. Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform from the following groups and organizations. From the Department of Agrarian Reform Employees Association, DAREA, the Department of Agrarian Reform Region 1 Office, members of the Provincial Agrarian Reform Coordinating Committee, PARCOM, and members of the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Organization, ARBOS, and from Task Force Mapalad, TFM, Negros Panay Island Farmers Organization, DAMBA, Pesante Filipinas, Kaisahan, Alliance of Land Rights Movement in Mindanao, Alarm Mindanao, and Federation Farmers Association, Farmers Caucus Iloilo, and Capiz. No opposition was filed against the appointee under consideration. That is all, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You would like to call on Secretary Conrado Estrella. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to Secretary Estrella.
Mr. Secretary, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. Madam Chair, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you. The committee will now deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado M. Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. You may now give your opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Senator Nancy Binay, and our Vice Chairman, the head of the House Contingent, Representative Ramon Gico Jr., and the distinguished members of this committee. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I am so honored today to sit before this constitutional body tasked on determining the fitness and capability of the nominees for key positions in government. Not too long ago, I too was a member of the CA for my 2 terms in Congress. It was then that I realized that it is here in this body that one should apply for an executive post and for promotion in the armed forces or in the diplomatic corps. When I was appointed by President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., I was not even required to submit any personal data sheet or any document. In contrast, here in the Commission on Appointments, I was required to submit voluminous documents pertaining to income taxes, various clearances from the NBI and the Ombudsman, our SALN for many years, health certificates, and even about my family and my personal life. Napakarami po ang hiniling sa akin ng mga dokumento. Pati na po ang listahan daw ng aking mga totga, the one that got away, ay muntik pang hingiin sa akin. But of course, I understand the meticulous nature of your process. That is your constitutional duty, which you have to fulfill seriously. That is why I am now knocking at your doors and your hearts as well, so that you may give me the green light to be Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. I am sure you have read my documents, but allow me to just give you a glimpse of my humble credentials. I am a college graduate and carry with me a master's degree in development management. I became a provincial board member at the age of 19 and served as the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Agrarian Reform in the board. It was during my stint in the provincial board of Pangasinan that I was sent to join the seminar in the Land Reform Training Institute in Taiwan. I became congressman at the age of 26 and served for 8 terms, of which I was also a consistent member of the Committee on Agrarian Reform in the House. In my most recent last term in Congress, I was one of the deputy speakers. I truly hope that my credentials would be enough for me to be considered fit for the job by this honorable body. Finally, I pray that you will give me the chance to serve as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. If given the chance, I pledge that I will not be an armchair executive. I shall bring government closer to the people. Thank you and God bless all of us.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Estrella. The appointee is now ready to respond to any comments or questions from the members. The floor is now open for your inquiries. The chair recognizes Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Naimbag nga bigat, Apo Sec.
Naimbag nga bigat tayo amin, Apo.
Sec, at the start of the new Marcos administration, what is the total actual LAD balance? And out of these, what would be workable in the next 6 years?
At the start of this administration, when I took over, Madam Senator, the workable balance as of June 30 is 173,344 hectares. But this could be more if we will be able to work out some of the pending validation of the other lands, Madam Senator.
Kaya manak, Sec, I'm glad to hear that the Secretary is open to the possibility, actually for this representation, Madam Chair, the probability that there could be more. Kasi naalala ko po, Madam Chair, Secretary, na noong August 2019, former President Duterte mentioned that the government endeavors to complete the land acquisition and distribution, or LAD, of almost 550,000 hectares of agri-land nationwide. So I look forward po, Madam Chair, good Sec, to the Secretaries probably updating the figure from 173,000 na sabi na Manila is the workable balance to the total actual LAD balance. Secondly, Sec, how will Sec Estrella implement or accelerate the remaining LAD balance? And what will be, siguro payo na po sa amin dito sa Kongreso for the budget debates, what will be the projected costs?
Madam Senator, first of all, I'd like to say, when you ask me how I'm going to implement it, I am just too glad to say that I have a good team in the House of Representatives composed of older and the more experienced undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. And we have recruited also some newbies, some young idealistic undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. In the Department of Agrarian Reform, we have combined the foolishness of the old and the wisdom of the young, Madam. And with regards to the cost that right now, Madam, I must be honest with you that I could not give you the exact amount. Perhaps if you could give me some more time to determine, because we have been always we've been always brainstorming about this amount, but it changes every now and then because we discover that there will be more lands available. And so we cannot, as of now, we cannot give you a permanent answer on that, Madam Chairman.
Fair enough, Sec.
Thank you.
At least aasahan na lang po namin bago yung matapos yung budget debate sa DAR budget, mapayuhan niyo po kami. What will be the projected costs for
Maraming
the
salamat
remaining
po.
LAD balance? Opo. So how would you, kahit top 3 ways to implement or accelerate the remaining LAD balance, or kahit top 1 way, paano niyo po i-combine yung foolishness of the old and wisdom of the new sa inyong team para nga i-implement at i-accelerate yung remaining LAD balance?
Kasi po, ang isa sa mga problema po natin kung bakit hindi natin ma-accelerate is napakarami pong mga cases, both in Darab and in Ali. Po kasi, yung babanggit nila noon na zero backlog, nung ako po ay umupo sa departamento, natutuwa ako zero backlog. Pero nung tinignan namin, hindi ho eh. hindi yung zero backlog. In fact, there are 2,000 pending cases in the DARAB and 2,000 plus pending cases in the alley. That's why what we will do, Madam Chairman, is that we will try to resolve as fast as we could many pending cases. And then, of course, I have talked to the regional directors to also speed up the validation. And fortunately, now I have the commitment of my good friend, our good friend, Secretary Boying Remulla of the Department of Justice, of which the LRA is under his office, that they have committed that they will also speed up the titling of these lands. That is one. Two, as I said earlier, yun pong validation, papaspasan po namin. Fortunately po, etong mga director at saka yung mga Provincial Agrarian Reform Program officers natin, nag-uumpisa na ho sila actually. Yan ho ang pangalawa. Ang pangatlo po, yung pondo, yung sa split, nahuli ho yung kanilang pag-release eh. Kaya ho na-delay, kaya ang baba ng accomplishment report. Hindi rin ho natin naman sila masisisi, yung nakaraang administration. Kasi naman po, siyempre yung counterpart, hinold muna nila kasi nagkaroon nga ho ng pandemya, baka may mas importante pa hong gagamitan. Ngunit ni-release din nila and now we are accelerating it already. Kaya ho, yan ho, yung top 3 na sinasabi, yung legal, we will be quick. We will hasten providing agrarian justice so that there will be more titles that will be distributed. And secondly, we will use our network for the validation. And thirdly, we will have enough funds. Pero kung dadagdagan ho ninyo kami, hindi ho kami tatanggi, Madam Senator.
I'm sure, Sec. Salamat po. At kaya nga po, iintayin po namin yung ibibigay po ninyong figure na projected cost para ma-implement, ma-accelerate yung remaining land balance. And it's very good, Madam Chair, to hear from the good secretary yung, ayun, meron na nga po silang at least 3 paraan na gawin ito. And especially if matuloy, lalo na yung unang dalawa, yung pagresolba ng mga kaso at saka yung pagpapabilis ng validation, ay umaasa akong yung unang pinag-usapan namin ng good secretary na maitaas nga at matukoy ano yung total actual land balance. So, Mr. Secretary, my office received a number of land cases covering hectares of land, which I will submit in writing. At kung maaari pakitignan po at kausapin ang concerned ARBs para sa resolution po ng mga kasong ito. Kung maresolba po kasi ito ng inyong pamanuan, ay malaking kabawasan na rin ito sa kabuang land balance natin.
We will try our very best, Madam Senator.
Ayaman, Nagsec. Tungkol naman po dun sa lands in RP title concerns, how many lands are now registered in the name of the Republic, and what changes will the Secretary introduce to hasten farmers' installation and CLOA generation in these RP lands?
Sa ngayon ho, hindi ko yata nadala yung tungkol ho sa sa statistics ho tungkol diyan. Kasi po nung member po ako ng siguro ho medyo luma na ho yung kaalaman ko ho sa rules ho ng CA, kasi nung member ho ako ng CA, ang pinag-uusapan po namin din yung fitness and capability. Pero kung ho, tungkol ho dyan, ang masasabi ko po, I think you are referring to the EO75 lands, those that are owned by the government and most especially owned by the state universities and colleges. Let me inform the body let me take this opportunity that I imposed a moratorium on distribution of lands belonging to the state universities and colleges. Kasi po, ito'y ginagamit ng mga ating mga estudyante para sa mga experimental nila, para sa mga actual practice nila in agriculture as well as in forestry and even in fisheries and livestock. Kaya po medyo nag-slow down kami o hininto muna namin unless meron din po naman na mga generous na state universities and colleges who are willing to share some of their lands. Pero ang ito pong mga lupang ito, as much as possible, inire-reserba po namin ito as provided for in Republic Act 6657. Number one, sa mga retired AFP and PNP personnel. Number two, para po sa mga rebel returnees. And what is more important or probably equally important, para po sa mga mag-graduate ng 4-year agricultural course. Para nang sa ganun po, we could develop a new breed of farmers who are well equipped with modern and scientific farming methods for greater production po. At ang gusto ng ating Pangulo, i-include po ang mga OFWs po natin na nagkaroon ng experience sa farming abroad at gusto na pong permanenteng manirahan dito sa ating bansa.
Salamat po, Sec. Dagdag dun sa binanggit niyong EO 75. So yung lands in RP titles, yon covered po by AR law compulsory acquisition. So actually hindi po yung mga lupain na covered ng EO 75. Actually, Sec, mas related po ito dun sa Administrative Order 5 series of 2017. Kaya ko po itinatanong ito dahil my office received reports that where farmers are refused entry, former landowners while in protest are allowed to stay and continue to profit from the land. So private lands po ito. So naitanong ko na po yung, o nabanggit ko na po yung AO5 series of 2017. Ito po yung nagmamandate actually sa inyong department na mag-proceed sa land distribution at CLOA generation at installation despite protests from former landowners. Nga lamang yung AO5 ay sinuspinde at yung AO2 series of 2020 ang in-issue kapalit nun. Yung mga magsasaka po na constituents natin, Sec, argue na dahil sa AO2, huminto na sa RP titling at process habang may protests at yung AO5 series of 2017 sa tingin po nila ay dapat ma-reinstate. So, na-review nyo na po ba, Sec, itong mga AO at palapit na kaya yung reinstatement ng AO5?
Ako po'y nagpapasalamat sa inyo, Madam Senator. At ito ho'y dagdag kaalaman sa amin. Mukhang medyo nakaligtaan ko yata yung mga AO na yan. Ngunit please do not worry because as soon as I am finished here and God willing that you allow my confirmation, we will immediately attend to these AOs, Madam, because there are actually so many challenges that we discovered and is still discovering to date. But so far, I am happy because the solutions are within reach, Madam Chairman. But rest be assured that we will attend to these AOs as soon as possible, and we'll try our best to give into your wishes, Madam, and because this is the interest of the people as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Nagyamanaksek. Nabanggit nyo kanina yung split, so meron akong isang tanong tungkol sa split. It has several parts in the interest of time, pero ma-appreciate ko po if the good secretary would care to address these different parts of the question. So, maari po bang humingi ng update sa implementation ng split? Nakapag-hire na po ba halimbawa ng mga importanteng personnel? Ano naman po mangyayari kung may delays at hindi magamit ang pondo? Ito pa naman yung tinitingnan kanina dun sa pinag-usapan nating pagpapabilis at validate ng installation. Di po ba magbabayad tayo ng commitment fee sa World Bank kung may delays?
Opo, Madam Senator, totoo po yun. And I will admit that there are indeed delays. In fact, na-penalize na ho tayo, ngunit hindi pa ako nakaupo noon, Madam Chairman. Pero hindi ho ako nang sisisi ng kahit na sino sapagkat the circumstances then are very difficult to assess because there was great pandemic, and the release of the funds, as I said earlier, Madam, has been delayed. So nagkaroon din ho ng mga delay. Ngunit wag din kayong mag-alala sapagkat unang-una ho, nakausap namin ang mga tiga World Bank, and they have agreed already in principle that they will extend the program. And in our budget for 2023, we thank the Department of Budget and Management because naglagay na ho ng bahay para ma-release ho yung sufisyenteng pondo para mapabilis ho namin ang parcelization ng mga collective CLOAs, Madam Senator. In fact, napakarami pa ho talagang ipaparcelize namin. Marami pa hong collective CLOAs. And but I would like to assure also this body that the funds that we have now, doon po yung World Bank fund natin regarding split, no? Doon ho sa full coverage na 138,567 collective CLOAs, yung pagpaparcelize po nito yung sa split, kakasya na po. Hindi na po kami hihingi ng additional fund dyan. It's sufficient to cover the expenses for the parcelization of the collective CLOAs, Madam Senator.
That's good news, Sec. And nakapag-hire na po ng mga personnel para gawin itong importante
Yes,
trabaho.
Madam. We are in the process. Because, fortunately, again, na-delay ho kasi nung una ho very tough po yung pagpili nila ng personnel, kaya wala hong nag-a-apply, walang tumatanggap. Para hong commission and appointments din ho yung standards na isinet nila. Kaya wala hong tumanggap, wala hong na-recruit, ilan-ilan lang. Pero nung I was not yet secretary then, they adopted a more realistic and a more practical approach when it comes to the qualifications of the lawyers, of the engineers, geodetic engineers that will survey, and all other manpower needed. They have made the qualifications more realistic and more doable, Madam Senator.
Nagyamanaksek. So yung my last question for you for this morning, tungkol sa DAR improvements sa support services delivery. Because of lack of support services, 50% of farmers' lands reportedly are already into the renting scheme. So paano po sisiguruhin ng DAR na yung mga tatanggap ng lupa o yung tumanggap na ay makatatanggap din ng support services? Kung may steps po ang land distribution, may steps din po ba o package ng support services, financing, equipment, market access para po sa mga individual beneficiaries?
Yes, Madam Senator, I am glad you asked that question. let me share with you a little about the history of agrarian reform. I remember way back when a certain Conrado Estrella Sr. was the Secretary of Agrarian Reform. And the president was the father of our incumbent president. They had distributed or they embarked on a wide range of support services to the agrarian reform beneficiaries. And that was the reason why only a few, mabibilang pa ata sa ating mga kamay, sa mga daliri, ang who did not really use their land, no? Who did not really till their land, expanded kuan ho yan, expanded kuan ho, support services. And understandably so kasi this was also to prevent any social unrest then. Kasi ganun ho ang nangyayari noon eh. But now, I have talked to the president and using the whole government approach, magkakaroon ho ng expanded support services sa ating mga magsasaka. Nandyan po, tutulong sa atin ang TESDA, tutulong ang DOLE, tulong din ng DSWD, yung DA, at syempre ho kami, yung DAR at yung iba-iba pa hong mga ahensya. In fact, Madam Senator, ang problema po kung minsan, even with support services, wala naman silang mauutangan. Napakahirap kasi ng proseso upang makautang sila sa land bank. And by the way, land bank was historically created for the purpose of giving support to the agrarian reform beneficiaries. Kaya lang ang problema ho kasi, Madam Senator, ang hirap po, hindi naman nila, they don't have really the capability to, the farmers don't have, ako nga ho, hirap na hirap akong tinignan ko yung application ang hirap gawin. Plus, 11 pages kailangan, ikumpleto nyo or more. And I am glad to share with the distinguished members of this committee that the land bank already streamlined the requirements for loan applications. Noon ho, 11 pages, ngayon isang page na lang ho. Pagkatapos, nag-hire sila ng mga tao na pupunta sa grassroots upang tulungan na ho ang ating agrarian reform beneficiaries together with our agrarian reform people. Tutulungan ho sila na gumawa ng mga loan applications po. Yan ang isang malaking bagay. And then, of course, yung dati ho, pero ang susunod ho, ang pinag-usapan ho namin ng team natin, huwag tayong basta-basta bigay lang ng kung ano-ano. Kailangan, yung binibigay natin, yun talaga ang kailangan nila. Kung bibigyan natin sila ng itong bagay na ito, itong fertilizer na ito, hindi naman ito ang fertilizer. Soil analysis muna. Pagkatapos, crop analysis muna kung anong bagay doon sa lupa. Kaya magkakaroon ho kami at saka yung mga data scientists po na inupahan ko nung ako pa ho ay nasa Kongreso, ang kanilang research po ay kailangan i-combine ang pagsasaka at ganun din ho ang pag-aalaga ng hayop. Lalong-lalo na kung baka, ganun ho, ano? Yan din ho ang gusto namin na gawin, Senator, Madam Senator. At kaya magkakaroon po ng expanded, asahan po natin na magkakaroon ng expanded support services para sa ating magsasaka. At natutuwa rin ho ako kasi si Senator Cynthia Villar po, nandyan po siya na tumutulong talaga sa magsasaka and para ho maturuan ang ating magsasaka ng tamang pagsasaka at tamang pag-aalaga ng hayop at sa fisheries also, mabuti na lang ho in-encourage ni Senator Cynthia Villar po yung mga farm schools. Sa ngayon po meron tayong 2,800 farm schools. Kaya lang ho 800 pa lang ho ang accredited with TESDA. Isa rin ho sa layunan ng agrarian reform na gumamit ng pondo namin para pondohan din itong mga farm schools na ito upang mag-modernize at maging scientific po ang approach ng ating mga magsasaka.
Nagyamanaksek, so mukha ngang may binubuong package of support services at magkakaroon din po ba ng steps ng provision of support services tulad ng may steps na sa LAD?
Oh yes, ma'am. Definitely. And there will be validation and research. Kailangan ho ng ng research.
Nagyamanaksek, as a final manifestation, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, our ARBs look forward to having regular consultation and dialogues with DAR to address issues in the implementation of CARP. Sana po ito'y isa sa magiging hallmarks ng inyong administrasyon at na kayo ay magkakaroon ng mga polisiya na mag-i-institutionalize ng mga mekanismo para sa konsultasyong ito at para sa dialogue na ito. Huli po, it will help farmers out if they will have ready access to documents at the different levels of DAR. Including, for instance, information on the updates and status of case resolutions, pending cases with paros, among others. Habang pinamumunuan niyo po yung departamento, wish po namin talaga na makakapag-institute kayo ng mga measures na i-improve yung access sa ganitong impormasyon sa ating mga ARBs. Nagyamanaksek. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Senator, ma'am, with your permission, in connection to that, some of our funds, we will use it for digitalization so that at the press of a button, we will have available information. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Senator.
Maraming salamat, Senator Ontiveros. Before we proceed, the chairperson acknowledges the presence of Representatives Padiernos, Mercado Revilla, and Sagarbaria. Any more questions from the members or manifestations? The chairperson recognizes Senator Cynthia Villar.
I wish to manifest my support for the confirmation of Secretary Estrella as DAR chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Villar. If there are no more inquiries or
Madam Chairman,
clarifications, yes?
Yes, to-
Senator Tolentino.
associate myself with the support given by Senator Cynthia Villar. I also support Secretary Conrad Masongsong Estrella. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chairperson recognizes Congressman Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, you made mention about a certain Conrado Estrella Sr. who served as Secretary of Department of Agrarian Reform during the time of the father of the present President. How are you related to that man, Mr. Secretary?
He is my grandfather, Your Honor.
So it is a case of history repeating itself, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir. Another Marcos appointing another Estrella as Department of Agrarian Reform Head.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. If there are no more inquiries or clarifications from the appointee, the Assistant Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I also would like to express my support for the confirmation of personally of Secretary Conrad Estrella, who I've known for so many years. Madam Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado Masongsong Estrella III as Secretary of the Agrarian Reform. I so move, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I think Congresswoman Lani Revilla.
Yes, we recognize Congresswoman Revilla.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a short inquiry, Madam Chair and Secretary Conrad. Good morning. I am very much concerned with the future of the agricultural sector, especially that you are now soon to be confirmed as our secretary in the DAR. I'm deeply bothered by the future of our next generation of farmers, because I understand most of our the parents, the farmers now, this present generation are being kind of discouraging their children pursue farming as a profession because of the existing problems that we have. How are you going to push the new generation pursue farming and focus on food production, since this is the thrust of our president?
Thank you, the honorable lady from Cavite. I am glad she asked that question. We just simply have to follow the law. And in Republic Act 6657, one of the priorities that should be awarded with lands coming from government lands, EO 75, are the students who will be graduating from a 4-year agricultural course. And that is why I placed a moratorium on the distribution of lands owned by the state universities and colleges. Perhaps we can use this, we can reserve this for our agricultural graduates and provide them with the necessary support services, and so that we can come up with a new breed of farmers that will be adapted with the climate change, and that will be equipped with modern and scientific farming skills for greater production. And yes, it is true that 2 years ago they were saying that the average age of farmers were already 58 years old. I understand now they're already 60 years old, and most of our farmers are aging already. That's why we have to pave the way for a new breed of farmers. And this is what we are, this is our focus with the support of our president and the incumbent Secretary of Agriculture, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Another inquiry, a short inquiry. What is your stand regarding land conversions from agricultural to commercial or residential?
Well, Madam, I have no objection so long as the land to be converted is not irrigated, because that is the instruction of the president. If it is irrigated or irrigable, do not convert. Now, if it is already in the highly urbanized areas and already right for commercial or residential or industrial purposes, which will open up or create additional employment and business and livelihood opportunities for our people, why not? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Chair.
there's a pending motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Conrado Masonsong Estrella, Secretary of Agrarian Reform.
Majority floor, before we act on the motion, I would like to recognize the majority floor leader and Congressman Romualdo.
Second one.
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
There's a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado Masunsong Estrella III as Secretary of Department of Agrarian Reform. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. Congratulations po, Secretary Estrella.
Congratulations, Madam Chair. There being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On motion of the majority floor leader, duly seconded, and there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
Good morning. The second meeting of the Committee on National Defense of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. Ma'am.
The honorable members, the honorable officers and members of the Committee on National Defense, Vice Chairpersons, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Senator Christopher Bong Go, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Representative Jose Gay G. Pajernos, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, members Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Loren De Garda, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. The chairperson is present.
With 14 members present in person, including the chair, and one member present, Senator Po online. A total of 15 members present. The existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on September 21, 2022 and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The same is hereby approved. Again, good morning, honorable members of the Commission on Appointment, Senate President Miguel Shubiri, esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, mayong buntag. Today, we will deliberate on the ad interim appointments of 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines that were submitted to the committee's jurisdiction for its consideration. May the officers please stand up after I call your name. No, after calling your name, snappy to. Galing. Oh, galing. Lang laban ng kalaban ng bayan. Okay. Nanette C. Provido to the rank of Colonel, Medical Administrative Corps. Amador M. Ragotero Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. May Argamosa to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Maria Cristina V. Villarias to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Amity Faderogao to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Primo C. Dakiwag, Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Roberto C. Go Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Randy L. Gunuran to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alexander M. Arbolado to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Maria Victoria I. Blancaflor to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Rodrigo A. Marinas Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Aldrin F. Orihudos to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jose P. Navarro Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Nida V. Quaresma to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jason M. Saldua to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emmanuel J. Hermosilla to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Renato N. Narag to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Primo E. Tavares to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Romeo C. Maranya III to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Tertuliano L. Pingal Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jose T. Taniegra to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Manuel S. Valdez IV to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Raimundo D. Rosario, rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Benedicto J. De Vera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Lawrence A. Naldoza to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Alexander B. Ogoy to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines. John P. Andrada, rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Giovanni C. Bermudo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ray C. Tiongson to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Oliver C. Alvior to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Edralin L. Poblete to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Lourdes O. Guevara to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Lee M. Sarpamones to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Socrates M. Dasa to the rank of Commodore. Cesar Almer E. Candelaria to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Nerio C. Sabala to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Farah Krishna A. Candelaria to the rank of Colonel, Corps of Professor. Marita Rodora C. Penequito to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Leonor M. Bernabe to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Loyzaga C. Cassis to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Romel M. Pereña to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Wilfredo B. Manalang III to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Michael R. Lemmy to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Carlo A. Ferrer to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jeffrey A. Villarosa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronald Alex G. Asuncion to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronnie M. Regondola to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jerry C. Paneda to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Ralph C. De Mesa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. John Ronald A. Mangahas to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Gabriel C. Veray III to the rank of Major General. Liwilien S. Banaag to the rank of Brigadier General. Vicente Mark Anthony P. Blanco III to the rank of Brigadier General. Francis Marlon S. Wong to the rank of Brigadier General. Don Anthony L. Miraflor to the rank of Rear Admiral. Doroteo Jose M. Halandoni to the rank of Brigadier General. Steve C. Solon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines Reserve. Former Governor, three-termer Governor, now incumbent Congressman. Congratulations, Sir Steve.
Steve, Governor of Salangay.
Governor before. Juanes Leonardi B. Di Maano to the rank of Major General. Romeo Jerome M. Derillo Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Francis Raymond Martin B. Yulo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines Reserve. Giovanni T. Franza to the rank of Brigadier General. Jose Demar A. Paule to the rank of Brigadier General. And the last but not the least, Your Honors, Carlo V. Lagasca to the rank of Commodore. Madam Secretary, kindly report on jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to ad interim appointments in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the new rules of the standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The 63 ad interim appointments dated July 22, 2022, under consideration today by the committee, were received by the Commission Secretariat on August 1 and 2, 2022, and were referred to the Committee on National Defense by the Senate President and CA Chairperson Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri on August 23, 2022, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, their ad interim appointments were published on August 4, 2022, in two newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the new rules of the standing committees. All the appointees have complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. The CA Secretariat received a letter from the Acting Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, Brigadier General Romel P. Roldan, dated September 23, 2022, addressed to the committee chair, Representative Jardine Jesus M. Romualdo, requesting for the waiver of personal appearance for Colonel Romel M. Pereña, and that the said officer be allowed to join in today's deliberation via video teleconferencing, as he is one of the members of the Philippine Army delegates who is currently attending the Mutual Defense Board Security Engagement Board Meeting 2022 in Hawaii, USA from September 26 to 30, 2022. This morning, another letter from the Acting Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, Brigadier Roldan, addressed to the committee chair, was received by the CA Secretariat requesting for the waiver of personal appearance of Commodore Socrates M. Daza, that he be allowed to attend online as his RT-PCR test result shows that he is positive for COVID-19 virus. Copies of the said letters were uploaded in the online database platform of the Commission. There was no opposition filed against any of the appointees under consideration today. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, ma'am. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the said letters requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the above-mentioned AFP officers be approved and they be allowed to attend today's meeting online. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, for the information of the body, Colonel Pereña is at the premises of the Philippine Consulate in Hawaii right now.
Is there any, sorry, there's a motion and there's being seconded. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. Madam Secretary, please, again, please administer the oath to all the appointees.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and not the whole truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. Response. Mr. Chairman, all the appointees are now under oath.
Please sit down. Thank you. May we now call on Major General Gabriel C. Viray III, the most senior among the appointees under consideration today. Please take the seat in front, sir. You may give your opening statement, General, if you have any.
With the permission of the Honorable Chairperson, may I remove my mask, sir? Thank you, sir. To the Chairperson of this honorable body, the Honorable Jardine Jesus J.J. Modina Romualdo of the Lone District of Camiguin, distinguished Vice Chairpersons, members of this honorable body, the Commission on Appointments, Your Honors, good morning. I am Major General Gabriel C. Viray III, the Deputy Chief of Staff for Civil Military Operations. I was born in Holosulu, raised in Pagadian City, and currently living at Fort Bonifacio, Taguig. On behalf of the 63 senior officers of the AFP comprising 12 star rank officers and 51 colonels and captains, we are reporting to this honorable body for deliberation in connection with our recent appointment to our current ranks. We humbly submit ourselves for deliberation of this honorable body, and it is our fervent prayer that all 63 of us will be favorably confirmed by this honorable body. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General Viray. The floor is now open for inquiries if there is any. To all the yes, Senator Bongo.
Mr. Chair and esteemed colleagues, a pleasant day, all of you. I would like to express my utmost support for the ad interim appointments of the 63 flag and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. It is with great pride and honor that I express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to our uniformed personnel for their invaluable sacrifices to the Filipino nation. Mr. Chair, hindi ko po palalampasin na isa-isang banggitin at pasasalamatan at ipakita ang suporta sa ating mga sundalo. Allow me to make of record my unwavering support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of Colonel Ami Derogao na nagsilbi po bilang Assistant Chief Nurse Clinical Camp Anakan sa Davao. Colonel Lawrence Naldosa, nagsilbi rin po sa Presidential Airlift Wing 50. Colonel Oliver Alvior na dating Deputy Assistant Chief of Unified Command Staff for Intelligence OU2 ng Eastern Mindanao Command. Commodore Socrates Dasa na naging Deputy Commander ng Naval Forces Eastern Mindanao. Navy Captain Loyzaga Cassis. Of course, Major General Gabriel Viray, nagsilbi rin po sa East Mincom. Brigadier General Llewellyn Banaag, Wing Commander po ng 205th. Colonel Edralin Poblete, na naging Executive Officer po ng PSG. Brigadier General Vicente Mark Anthony Blanco, Commander po ng 4th Marine Brigade, Philippine Marine Corps, Philippine Navy. Brigadier General Francis Marlon Wong, 52nd Infantry Brigade, Santo Tomas, Davao del Norte. Rear Admiral Don Anthony Miraflor, Deputy Chief of Staff for Education, na naging beneficiaryo po ng Republic Act number 11709. At siguro may plano pa yung Panginoon sa iyo at naging blessing in disguise yung promotion mo ngayong panahon ito na nadagdagan pa ng 2 taon yata yung termino mo. At gaya na nabanggit ko kanina, unahin nyo lang po yung ating mga kababayan. Interest ng gobyerno, interest ng mga kababayan natin. At nabanggit ko rin po nung nakaraang linggo na kinausap ko rin po ating chairman. Tulungan po natin ang ating mga bagong promote na huwag mahirapan at hindi matagalan yung proseso ng kanilang pag-comply dito sa CA at makabalik kagad sa trabaho. Dahil mas marami pang importanteng trabaho na dapat nyo pong gawin sa inyong area of responsibility. And of course, Brigadier General Doroteo Jose Halandoni, Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff for Service, J9, Major General Joannis Leonardi Di Maano, Commander po ng Air Mobility Command sa Lapu-Lapu, Cebu. Brigadier General Romeo Jerome Derilo, Deputy Commander ng Air Combat Command, Philippine Air Force. Brigadier General Giovanni Franza, Brigade Commander ng 1102nd. Brigadier General Jose Demar Pli, Dean of Academics, PMA. Commodore Carlo Lagasca, Philippine Fleet sa Naval Base Alano, Sangley Point. And of course, Colonel Steve Solon, na matagal ko na pong kaibigan, nabanggit na po kanina, gobernador, our colleague dito sa 19 Congress, na bagay po sa kanyang uniforme kanina, hindi ko na kilala na congressman na kasama natin. Kaibigan po ng ating Sergeant at Arms na si Lieutenant General Angkan. Further, Mr. Chair, I also extend my support to the ad interim appointments of our brave women in uniform, Colonel Nanette Provido, Colonel May Argamosa, Colonel Maria Cristina Villarias, Colonel Maria Victoria, Colonel Nida Quaresma, Colonel Lourdes Guevara, Colonel Farah Krishna Candelaria, Colonel Marita Rodora Penequito, Colonel Leonor Bernabe, as well as to Colonel Amador Ragotero Jr., Colonel Jose Navarro Jr., Colonel Primo Dakiwag Jr., Colonel Roberto Go Jr. Nandito ba siya? Uncle yata kita, sir. Pinsan na lang. Colonel Randy Gunoran, Colonel Alexander Arbolado, Colonel Rodrigo Marinas Jr., Colonel Aldrin Orejudos, Colonel Jason Saldua, Colonel Emmanuel Hermosilla, Colonel Renato Narag, Navy Captain Primo Tavares, Navy Captain Romeo Marana Jr., Marana III, Colonel Tertuliano Ingal Jr., Colonel Jose Taniegra, Colonel Manuel Valdez IV, Colonel Raimundo Rosario, Colonel Benedicto de Vera, Colonel Alexander Ogoy, Colonel John Andrada, Colonel Giovanni Bermudo, Colonel Ray Johnson, Colonel Lee Sarpamones, Colonel Cesar Almer Candelaria, Colonel Nerio Zabala, Colonel Romel Pereña, Colonel Wilfredo Malalang III, Colonel Michael Lemmy, Colonel Carlo Ferrer, Colonel Jeffrey Villarosa, Colonel Ronald Alex Asuncion, Colonel Ronnie Regendola, Colonel Jerry Paneda, Colonel Ralph de Mesa, Navy Captain John Ronald Mangas, at Colonel Francis Raymond Martin Yulo. Ako po taos-pusong nagpapasalamat sa inyong walang katulad na katapatan at pagsiservisyo sa ating bayan, lalo na po sa panahon ng pandemya. Salamat po sa pagtulong sa ating mga kababayan. At paalala ko lang po muli sa inyo, unahin po natin ang interes ng bayan at ng ating gobyerno. Unahin po natin ang ating bandila. Maraming salamat at mabuhay kayong lahat.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Senator Bongo. Majority Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Chair, briefly lang, I would like to manifest my full support to all the nominees, but special mention sa aking mga kababayan, si Ronnie Manzano Regondola from Pili, Camarines Sur, Lourdes Osea Guevara, who was born in Nabua, Camarines Sur, Giovanni Capistrano Bermudo from Naga City, Camarines Sur, and Benedicto Habonitalia de Vera, who's currently residing in the province of Camarines Sur. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Are there any more
Mr. Chairman.
inquiries? Yes, Senate President, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, all I'd like to say is once again, my deepest appreciation, our deepest appreciation to the men and women of the armed forces for the job that you do every day, giving us the freedoms that we enjoy at this very day, for protecting democracy and, of course, life and liberty and our nation's survival in these very difficult times. It's the armed forces and armed services that really provide the foundation and the basis for the peace and the serenity we are enjoying now. Maraming salamat. I'm going to do this to every batch of officers that are being promoted here. We must constantly remind them and thank them of their service, their bravery, and their sacrifice to their people. Yesterday, Your Honors, we lost 5 members of the Bulacan Rescue Team. These are 5 brave men and women that sacrificed, or brave men rather, that sacrificed their lives in the service of others during the times of calamities. And these are times of calamities. Ito mga sundalo, Your Honors, they are there every day in the front lines, making sure that peace and order is always implemented across the land, whether it is internal threats or external threats. Kaya mabuhay po kayong lahat. We do not want to delay this any further. And Mr. Chairman, if it is proper to move that we already recommend them for plenary action. And before that, we have some colleagues, but you have my 100% support. Again, maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo to the men and women of the armed forces.
Thank you very much, our chairman and Senate President Miguel F. Subiri. Before we proceed at the motion of the Senate President, our chair, may we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros. Ma'am, please.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, General Viray, and to all the ladies and gentlemen here with us.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, sir. Mr. Chair, wala po akong tanong kay General Viray, but I have some questions for a few of the other officers. May I please be allowed to first pose some questions to Colonel Cesar Candelaria?
Yes, General Viray, your excuse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who's the
Colonel
officer?
Candelaria, Mr.
Colonel
Chair, if I may.
Candelaria, please move.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Sirs.
Colonel. Good morning, Colonel. I'm going to ask you questions, Colonel, in relation to the information that, in addition to information with the Office of the Ombudsman, you also have a pending criminal case for reckless imprudence resulting in homicide in relation to the case of hazing victim Darwin Dormitorio Jr. The appointee was, Mr. Chair, impleaded in his capacity as then commanding officer of the Philippine Military Academy Station Hospital and for dismissing the visible yet severe physical condition of Dormitorio. A piece of information, Mr. Chair, that really fills the heart of this representation with sadness and regret, especially for the family of the late Cadet Dormitorio, with whom my office is in contact. Colonel, doctor po ba kayo?
Yes, ma'am.
You are a doctor, sir. So you are eminently aware of your oath as a doctor to do no harm.
Correct, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Colonel, what kind of injuries would normally be indicative of hazing or give rise to suspicions that a person who sustained the injuries was a victim of hazing?
Ma'am, good morning, first of all. Ma'am, as a surgeon, we can classify injuries into dangerous or potentially dangerous injuries. We really cannot determine. It is not our task to know if the patient sustained the injuries from hazing or otherwise, ma'am. You should be aware that the patients that come in and out of our clinics could have sustained other injuries from physical activities like exercise and the like, ma'am. And as doctors, we're limited only to what our patients really tell us from the history taking.
Thank you, Colonel. Although, Mr. Chair, it would seem from the news reports about the late Cadet Dormitorio that it would seem that he sustained his injuries not as a result of exercise or any such other non-life-threatening activity. Colonel, what kind of liabilities should be incurred by responsible officers in an AFP medical facility for covering up or dismissing or diminishing factual circumstances behind the incidents of hazing?
Ma'am, I personally am not aware of what the exact liabilities. However, I personally have my regrets and late cadet dormitory was our patient for several times. And it was to our regret that in his demise, probably the multiple injuries that he sustained was too much. However, the hospital, on our part, did their job. And due to the ongoing investigation right now, clearly points out that the doctors have done their best in managing the patient.
Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the good Colonel dun po sa in-express nyo na personally you have regrets or you regret the incident. My office will reach out to the dormitory family kung hindi man nila nasusubaybayan din ito ngayon sa pamamagitan ng balita para ipahayag po sa kanila iyon. They have told the public and my office that they really wish that the officers who were there when Cadet Dormitorio was injured and who could actually have saved his life could do everything in your power to stop hazing. As I said, Mr. Chair, this information really is very saddening and really regrettable. Also because I suppose once a cadet, like my late husband was, once a cadet who has been hazed arrives at the PMA Station Hospital, ang Station Hospital na po at ang mga opisyal doon, lalo na po kung commanding officer, you are the last line of defense of the cadet. And if things had turned out differently, pwede sanang buhay at opisyal na si late Cadet Dormitorio at nagsisilbi sa ating republika, sa ating armed forces. Colonel, the proposal to make ROTC mandatory gives rise to fears na magiging laganap lalo ang hazing. So what kind of safeguards should be in place to make sure we don't see an avalanche of Darwin dormitorios?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, these patients come to us, ma'am. They're well, apparently well. However, afterwards, when we discharge them, we really cannot monitor them when they go back to their barracks. As for me, ma'am, I would recommend that there would be more officers to safeguard or guarantee that these cadets are probably, when the ROTC is implemented, that there should be close monitoring of every activity. And I am sure that the commandership of the Philippine Military Academy is doing it right now.
I certainly hope so, Colonel. Colonel, do you think mandatory reporting of physical injuries that are potentially criminal in nature or violative of the Anti-Hazing Act is necessary?
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, it has been our standard of practice in all hospitals, not only in military, in the Philippine Military Academy. It is our standard of practice to report this kind of injuries, and all has been done during these cases, even before the demise of Cadet Dormitorio.
For my final question for you this morning, Colonel, after the initial contact with the medical practitioner at the station hospital or the medical corps, at what point are the student cadets next of kin consulted in deciding the treatment and in referring to more capable healthcare facilities for further evaluation?
It is the physician's duty, ma'am, to evaluate the patient completely and to give a proper standard of care. And the first to be notified with this is their immediate, what we call their parent, which is who is the commandant of the cadets. And during the treatment of these patients, we work hand in hand with these officers led by the commandant. So rest assured, ma'am, with the presentation, clinical presentation of the patients, the Philippine Military Academy as well as the other military treatment facilities are giving their standard of care as practiced by the other hospitals, not only in the military hospital, ma'am.
In addition, Colonel, to the Commandant of Cadets, the parent of the cadets while they're at the academy, yung pong next of kin, kailan po sila kinukonsulta?
I suppose, ma'am, as soon as we inform the commandant, they inform the next of kin of the cadets.
Alright, salamat po, Colonel. Mr. Chair, at the
Thank you
proper
very
time,
much,
I will
ma'am.
make the proper motion. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. May I?
Thank you, ma'am. Before we proceed,
Yes,
I would
Mr.
like to
Chair.
acknowledge the presence of Senator Francis Tolentino. Yes, ma'am, please.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. If I may now pose some questions to Captain Loyzaga Cassis of the Philippine Navy.
Captain Cassis, please.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just a quick manifestation. Perhaps my good colleague failed to notice that the wife of Colonel Candelaria is also part of the nominees here. Mas mataas nga yung grade ni ma'am, ni Colonel Candelaria, 97%, si Sir, 94%. Just a manifestation.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Yeah. Captain Cassis. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Senator Risa.
Salamat
You're
kaayo,
recognized.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
At salamat po sa aking colleague. Alam mo naman, common na term of endearment yan, na one rank higher yung kami mga asawa o widows ng mga opisyal. Gandang umaga po, Captain Cassis.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, sir. Captain, I'm asking you questions. And I'd like to ask you some questions in connection with the information from the Ombudsman that you were a respondent in a complaint for murder and grave misconduct in connection with the death of Ensign Felipe Estaño. It was dismissed in 2009, but the joint resolution of dismissal was reversed and set aside in 2011. The Ombudsman found the respondents guilty of grave misconduct and ordered dismissed from the service. The criminal case ordered to be filed in the Sandigan Bayan by the Ombudsman was, however, dismissed for lack of jurisdiction in 2020. My question, Captain, is this was investigated also by both the Senate and the AFP, and it appears that Ensign Pestaño confronted the captain of the Bacolod City, claiming there was an illegal shipment of logs on board. You were a lieutenant on board the ship at that time. Is this consistent with your recollection of the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Captain. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, I'm also asking these questions because the Pestaño family has been in touch with my office and with me for the past several years. Namatay na po yung papa ni Ensign Pestaño, si Felipe Capepe Pestaño, na naghihintay pa rin ang hustisya para sa anak nila. Pero buhay pa po yung mama ni Ensign Pestaño at yung kapatid niyang si Marisa. I recall, Captain, that while the forensic experts were not in agreement on cause of death, it was noted, among others, that there was an absence of blood spatters, bone fragments, or other tissues on the wall of the victim's cabin, and the autopsy report noting that the trajectory of the bullet passing through the dead man's head and the location of the bullet mark on the cabin wall do not tally against each other, as the wound was downward while the slug was fired upward. The AFP investigation report also noted that the BRP Bacolod City 2 hours to reach the Navy headquarters in Manila from Sangli Point, Cavite, trip that usually takes only 45 minutes. The same AFP report showed several pages on the gangway logbook of the ship torn off, again without any explanation, while the passenger manifest that would have shown all crew members and other persons on board was missing. While you have been cleared, Captain, of any wrongdoing, administrative or criminal, the committee would like you to reassure us that you had nothing to do with Ensign Pestaño's death. Or in the alternative, Captain, you might also want to share your personal recollection of the incident in question so this matter can be put to rest.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this awesome opportunity. We have been investigated by 3 independent bodies, namely the Western Police District, now the Manila Police District, and it ruled that the incident was suicide. The National Bureau of Investigation thereafter made a separate independent investigation, and same was ruled suicide. A year or 2 later, the Criminal Investigation Group, now the CIDG, made a very thorough independent investigation for 5 or 6 months, and they ruled suicide. Personally, I was just a lieutenant at that time. It is not in the culture, the armed forces, and even the Navy for that matter, to murder someone, particularly our colleague. Wala po sa kultura namin yun, ma'am. And we stand by the decision of the court. And for so long, I believe we have been vindicated of this wrong accusation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Cassis. Salamat, Mr. Chair. May I also ask a question of...
Before we proceed,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Captain Cassis, dismiss na yung kaso?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Yes, ma'am. What's next? Before we proceed, I would like to thank happy birthday to Brigadier General Vicente Mark Anthony Prudencio Blanco III. Where are you, General? Congratulations. Ice cream. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just one follow-up question to Captain Cassis. Captain, to your mind, why would Ensign Pestaño commit suicide? Until today, naniniwala po yung pamilya niya na he had so much to live for at the time that he died.
Personally, sa pagkakakilala ko po sa kanya, so short a time na magkasama po kami, nag-umpisa po yung kanyang change of behavior nung siya po ay nakasuhan ng breach of promise to marry early on nung kami po ay nagsama. At I believe he was not able to take that well. Thank you.
Salamat po, Captain. Mr. Chair, if I may ask one question of Colonel Jeffrey Villarosa, Philippine Army.
Thank you, Captain Cassis. Colonel Villarosa.
Magandang umaga po, Colonel.
Sirs, good morning.
Good morning, sir. So just one question, Colonel Villarosa, regarding the information from the Commission on Human Rights. Although the CHR found that there was no prima facie evidence to hold the respondents criminally liable, it found sufficient basis to hold them, including you, Colonel, administratively liable. So may we ask the Colonel to shed light on this incident?
Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. May I inform this body that yes, indeed, when I was a lieutenant, company commander, most of it, if not most senior officers in our brigade then
from the brigade commander down to the company commander, and our personnel were charged with so many cases, and it was found to be just there's no truth to those cases, so they were resolved, ma'am.
And these, Colonel Villarosa, were cases involving alleged grave threats, alleged illegal search. These were the cases, Colonel, tama po ba na walang prima facie evidence for criminal liability, pero sinabi na may sufficient basis para i-hold ang respondents administratively liable. So ito po yung mga kasong ito, Colonel.
We were told that the same cases were filed to the HPA and GHQ, and there was never an investigation upon us by the army, because they were fabricated cases, ma'am.
Lastly, Colonel Villarosa, what specific acts were alleged to have been committed?
But as a company commander, ma'am, anything and everything that happens in my area of operations is charged to me as the company commander. So, my company straddles is at the tri-boundary of then Compostela Valley, Davao Oriental, Agusan Norte, and Surigao Sur. So it was then where there were plenty of combat operations then in our area, and most operations dito lumalabas sa may area ko ma'am, sa Compostela and Montevista and Moncayo. So thus it was presumed that all the operations being done in that area is under my command or under the brigade's command. And yes, ma'am.
Salamat po, Colonel.
Thank you also, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, if I may just make a manifestation about three of
Thank
the
you,
other
Colonel
officers.
Villarosa. Yes, Senator Ontiveros, please.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. I have it on good authority, Mr. Chair, that at least two, and I'm sure there are many more, at least two of the officers here before us are good officers. And I would like to, in advance, congratulate Colonel Wilfredo Manalang III, Philippine Army, Colonel Jason Saldua, Philippine Army, as well as May Cabaro, Colonel Maria Victoria Blancaflor, Philippine Army. And my manifestation is particularly for her. I would like to express my sincerest congratulations to Colonel Blancaflor. As one of the Magnificent Seven, you have blazed a trail for generations of brave Filipinas who will build upon the progress you have made. I'm always proud, Mr. Chair, when there are women in the armed forces, and hope with them that someday we will also see a woman Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Your fierceness, Colonel Blancaflor, is not limited to the battlefield in tanks. You have distinguished yourself as an unwavering champion for all Filipinas who have dared and who will continue to dare to join the ranks of our armed forces. Faced with the Herculean task of promoting gender awareness and gender equality in a field long dominated by men, you remain committed to the legacy that the Magnificent Seven, the first 7 women to graduate, Mr. Chair, from the Philippine Military Academy, the legacy that the Magnificent Seven has started. Marami pong salamat sa iyo, Colonel Blancaflor, para sa dedikasyon at sa inspirasyon. Mabuhay po kayo. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Salamat kaayo.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Riza. Before we go to, Greg Gasataya, we first call Congressman Rodante Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Pwede po ba nating tawagin uli yung highest ranking officer po ng mga
General
uniform
Tiray, please.
personnel?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
General Biray, considering that you are the highest ranking officer present with us, I assume that when we ask you some of the views of the armed personnel of our country in relation to the defense of our country, your view will probably be shared by all of your men in uniform that is with you today. Is my assumption correct, General?
Yes, sir. That is correct, sir.
There is a pending bill in the House of Representatives which is advocating the reinstatement of ROTC services in our schools. What is your view on that, Mr. General?
Sir, my personal opinion regarding the reinstatement of ROTC in the senior high school is on the affirmative, sir, because I believe, sir, that ROTC would give a good foundation to our senior high school students before they go to college. And ROTC, or part of the reserve force, is our base for expansion in the event that we have an external aggression or war in the country, sir.
As a matter of fact, General, you also believe that it is an avenue for our young men and women where discipline and nationalism may be instilled in them. Do you believe that, General?
Yes, sir. I believe in that, sir, that discipline, nationalism, and patriotism can be developed with that program, sir, in our ROTC.
I also recall in 1967, General, I hope you so recall that also. Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore instituted what they called national service. Do you recall that, General?
With due respect to the Honorable Congressman, sir, I was not yet born in 1967, but I have heard about the action of Singapore regarding the national service, mandatory national service for its citizen.
Yes, it was a compulsory service instituted by Singapore to all 18 male students for 2 years because Lee Kuan Yew believed that they have to ingrain into their young people service to their country because at that time, and even today maybe, there is that traditional dislike for soldiering. And because of that, Singapore was able to put up what they call a citizen army. And because of that, the citizen army today, General, is the foundation of the strength and solid military and defense structure of Singapore. Do you aspire for our country that that should also be obtained in the days or even years to come, General?
Sir, on my own opinion, sir, countries that require mandatory service for their citizen to undergo mandatory military duty, like Israel, Singapore, and South Korea have currently the so-called security dilemma, wherein they really need to do that to be able to have a standing or to be able to have a good base for the reserve force for their standing army. But some countries which do not have a security dilemma, or maybe for the Philippines, it is just my opinion, sir, that because of the big number of people who will be going on a mandatory service and consideration, monetary considerations on that, maybe what we need is to really have an ROTC, but not really a mandatory service for each and everyone, but a very good program on ROTC for us to expand or to have a base for our reserve corps, sir, at the moment, sir. But in the event, in the future, if we foresee that we will be having such a dilemma in the future, then probably, sir, that can be still be considered, sir. That is just my own opinion, sir.
Maraming salamat sa napakahalagang sagot mo, General. Kaya lang medyo nahalata ko na masyadong seryoso ang mga tanong ko. Medyo kinakabahan ka ng konti.
Yes, sir.
Gusto ko magtanong ng medyo hindi. Dahil ikaw ay napanganak in 1967. Sinabi mo 1967. Napanganak.
1968, sir.
1968. Hindi mo na panood yung original na Magnificent Seven?
I'm sorry, sir. I was not able to...
Huwag kang mahiya kung hindi mo talaga napanood. Talagang ganun eh. 1968. Palagay ko 1961 yata yung ano eh. Magnificent Seven. Napanood yun ni El Rey. Pero ang tanong, General, yung Magnificent Seven, puro lalaki yun.
Yes, sir.
O, paano mo nalaman? Hindi mo naman napanood. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good one. Congressman Marcoleta. Yes. Congressman Greg Gasataya, please. You're recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga. Just a brief manifestation of support and gratitude to all the 63 appointees, Honorable Chair. I'd like to make special mention sa mga appointees na galing sa amin sa Bacolod. Brigadier General Doroteo Walandoni, Colonel Alexander Arbolado, Colonel Francis Raimundo. Silang tatlo po galing sa Bacolod. Then, Colonel Rodrigo Marinas Jr. and Colonel Jason Saldua were both from San Carlos City in Negros Occidental. So, thank you po, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Kong Gasataya. Senator Tolentino, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have seated here Colonel Steve Chongbian Solon.
Colonel
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chongbian Solon.
Colonel Solon, I think your colleagues here are so proud of you.
Yes, sir.
And we will likewise accord you that proper respect pursuant to interchamber courtesy. I'm also likewise proud of you because we are batchmates in class of 93.
Yes, sir.
But I didn't know that you joined the Philippine Marines.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for you 2 weeks ago in Jensan. Colonel Solon, how would you encourage our youth, not just in Jensan, in Sarangani, but even our youthful congressional leaders here to join the reserve force?
You know, I firmly believe that it's the obligation of every Filipino to, contribute to the country in one way or the other. And I believe that the reserve force is an excellent way to do it. It's structured. it instills discipline, and it builds leadership, as you go up in the ranks. So I think, even the ROTC mentioned earlier, Mr. Senator, I believe this will be very good for the nation because it teaches leadership and love for country and love for God as well.
Thank you, Congressman. I
Thank
have
you, sir.
no further questions. I'm fully supportive of your promotion as a colonel. You've done well as a governor, now as a congressman, and I think all of us here are so proud of your promotion and appointment. So I think you should likewise be at the forefront as we push forward that ROTC bill. Congratulations, Congressman Colonel Steve Solon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator Tolentino. Majority Floor Leader?
Well, congratulations, Congressman. I just have a question. Why did you choose to be a Marine, not a Scout Ranger? Well, it helps us, Mr. Chair, to decide if ever we join the reserve, di ba? I have a valid question. Go, Kong.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, ever since I was younger, I always had, affinity to the Marines. I went to a military school for 3 years, and marami pong mga kaibigan ko doon ay mga Marines, and I just developed a love for the Marines, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ako kasi nung napanood ko yung Top Gun, gusto ko maging Air Force eh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Congressman Chiquiting Sagarbaria.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is on a personal note. May I ask, how related to Albert Chumbian?
Tito ko po, Your Honor.
When you say Tito, he is the brother of your mother?
First cousin po.
Oh,
Your
okay.
Honor.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Sagarbaria. Yes, Senator Riza Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Colonel Salon, as the proud ate of a Philippine Navy Marines, I think you made the right choice. Hurrah!
Hurrah, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other inquiries? The Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 63 general, flag, and senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Being there's a motion, a second. Senator Riza?
Mr. Chair, I second the motion of the good majority leader, except in the case of, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, except in the case of Colonel Cesar Almer Candelaria of the Medical Corps. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
1 minute suspension. Committee hearing resume.
Mr. Chair, just for a point of order and clarification, there was a motion duly seconded. For record, there was no objection, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm Majority Floor Leader, but we always consider all the members if if they really want to have any manifestations when it comes to any appointments, whether armed forces, department secretaries, consuls, and all of these things. We always listen. And we had a short discussion. I'm so thankful with Senator Risa Ontiveros, with an open mind for the promotion of any individual or on the armed forces and make consideration and appeal. So may I recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, ma'am, please?
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. For the record, on the motion of the good majority leader to confirm the appointments of all the officers before us today, I seconded that motion to confirm them, except in the case of Colonel Cesar Almer Candelaria of the Medical Corps. I was considering further converting that into a motion to defer that one appointment, but out of consideration to the appeal of the chair, I will simply leave my non-seconding of his confirmation on the record as a clear and strong sign, Mr. Chair, to the Dormitorio family who are still pursuing justice for their son, and also as a clear signal and desire that such a death may never happen again. Daghang salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Risa, for the consideration. Majority Floor Leader?
Chair, we reiterate the motion.
No more, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Parang binalik na lang niya sa akin. I-consider lahat ng 63 na officers of the armed forces. Anyway, as practiced in the Commission on Appointments since 1987, and I was also the congressman, pag may kaso ho, everybody is presumed innocent. Anyway, kung makonvicted na, maski wala ka na sa serbisyo, ihatol pa rin yun sa iyo. For the meantime, you do your job, everything, the emoluments, but unless proven guilty by the highest court of the land. Ganun po ang practice dito po sa Commission Appointments. But thank you for considering Senators Risa Ontiveros. Daghang kay salamat. Thank you for understanding. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Chair. For the third time, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 63 general flag and senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Yes, second. Senator Sani Angara extends his congratulations to the 63 officers, most especially to Rear Admiral Don Miraflor. Hearing no objection, here's none. The same is hereby approved. Congratulations. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On motion on the Majority Floor Leader, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
Morning, colleagues. The first meeting of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May we ask the Secretary to, do we still need the roll call, even if they were present earlier?
For this committee,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
for this committee. Yes, thank you, Secretary.
So I shall proceed.
Before that, Secretary, may I request, not just for my committee, when we start a hearing, when it's called to order, can we have some order in the room? First, by locking the door or at least closing it, because people coming in and out can be very distracting. Is that a difficult request? From every member of the commission, I'm sure they would welcome that. So that there's some order in the room. So all photographers already shooting and can also quietly do their work. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, person. May we therefore ask our Sergeant at Arms to take note. We have Sergeant at Arms. Should I proceed?
Proceed, Madam Secretary.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, Vice Chairperson, Representative Jardine Jesus M. Romualdo. Members, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD, Senator Francis Cheese G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Christopher Bong Go, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe,
Present.
Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar. Ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond El Rey F. Villaferte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present.
Thank you very much, Attorney Villarica. The chair acknowledges the presence of, is this accurate? 15 members in person and 1 online, 16 present in total. Secretary Loyzaga, please take your designated seat. I knew her as Antonia Yulo. Secretary Tony Yulo Loyzaga. Esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, climate warriors, environmental champions. Upon consideration of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources is the ad interim appointment of Antonia Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Environment and Natural Resources, whose department's mandate is to protect, conserve, manage the environment and natural resources for the present and the future generations, which is as complex and faced with a myriad of challenges. The department's leadership requires a thorough understanding of the interplay among the environment, climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development, among many interfaced issues. May we hear from the committee secretary, Attorney Villarica, the report on the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements of the ad interim appointment under consideration pursuant to the new rules of the commission and the rules of the standing committees and other pertinent information relative to the nominee. Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Yulo Loyzaga, dated 18 July 2022, was received by the Secretariat on 19 July 2022. The same was published in two newspapers of general circulation on the 28th and 29th of July 2022 and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. Secretary Yulo Loyzaga's appointment was referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on 7 September 2022 by the Commission Chairperson, Senate President Juan Miguel Migues F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Secretary Yulo Loyzaga has submitted complete mandatory requirements on 19 September 2022 pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Finally, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors, your Secretariat has not received any opposition against the appointee under consideration. That is all, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors.
Thank you, Secretary. May we ask the Secretary to administer the oath of the appointee?
Secretary, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. I do, so help you God. Madam Chairperson, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you, Attorney Villarica. Secretary Loyzaga, you're now recognized. You may proceed with your introductory statement.
Excellencies and members of this august body, good morning. In all humility, please allow me to thank you for the honor and the privilege to come before you today. I would be the first to admit that there has been a very steep learning curve for me coming from my experience in the scientific research and advocacy and private sector communities. That is 20 years almost of experience dealing with these different sectors. I wish to assure this honorable body of my goal to serve under an ethical, science-informed, risk-based stewardship that will strive to be inclusive, consultative, and transparent. We will pursue these goals very carefully, but also expeditiously in four major ways, if I may share. The first is by establishing the baseline evidence of our country's national patrimony, the natural patrimony and resources of our country, by establishing a geospatial database that will allow us to take stock of the natural capital in the form of assets and ecosystem services as the basis for a resilient and sustainable development. In short, we need to measure what we treasure as a country. Conducting an organizational assessment of policy, process, people, and product to determine the levels of shared values, knowledge, and expertise, state of technology, in order to ensure functional coherence in the department so that we may, as a whole, be fit for purpose in that mandate that you mentioned earlier, Madam. Constructing a platform for strategic multi-stakeholder engagement that will allow us to understand everyone's values, interests, and priorities across the different sectors and communities. And finally, we will be organizing an advisory council composed of experts from the different sectors, science, policy, and practice, to include academia, industry, civil society, and communities to guide the department in the way ahead. In his State of the Nation address, the President stated that the preservation of the environment is the preservation of life. The DNR's mission is to provide life support to this country by maintaining and strengthening linked ecosystems, communities across land, air, and sea. In light of the systemic risks we face due to climate change, natural, biological, and man-made hazards, and the intersecting exposure and vulnerabilities of our ecosystems and communities, it's with deep and sincere gratitude that I thank both His Excellency and the members of this body for the opportunity to possibly contribute to this mission in my own small way. If I may just end by mentioning that I have just returned, Madam, and members of the Commission, from the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, where the Philippines was recognized for its multi-stakeholder delegation. And I wish to say that we were heavily gender imbalanced towards the female gender, which has been the case in our long years of service in the disaster risk reduction community. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Secretary Loyzaga. First, I am glad that we have a secretary who understands that the decisions to be made in the environment must be based on science, no other, and that the cross-section or the marriage, to put it simply, between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation and mitigation is here and now and should have been done by government agencies decades back. And third, that the mainstreaming of DRR CCAM, or to call it simply resilience, must be done not just by one agency of government or the Climate Change Commission or the DNR, because it is a cross-cutting issue, should and must be done by every agency for a whole of government and whole of nation approach. That is exactly what your introductory statement had stated, Secretary Loyzaga, and I welcome you to government. And thank you for taking the sacrifice. I know you have 3 children and family is so important to you, and the work that you do and you've done for the MO and for DRR domestically and internationally is so important to you, because we have worked together, just so that everybody knows, for many years, if not decades, and you will have to leave that as you join government. But then again, maybe not leave, but just broaden your work. So thank you for your brief but comprehensive introductory statement. I will not ask questions because I know you very, very well. And of course, I more than support your nomination. I would therefore ask my colleagues if they have any other questions. I am certain that they will ask you about Masungi, and perhaps the DNR will have a accurate statement on whether it is indeed a protected area or not. I am tempted to answer it for you, but we discussed it so that there's clarity in the answer. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Senator.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Secretary, Congressman Majority Leader
Can we
Villafuerte.
start? Can we question now the nominee?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, I would just like to ask, what is your stand on small-scale mining?
Thank you very much, Congressman. We are very much in favor of small-scale mining as a means to lift certain populations out of their condition socioeconomically. However, sir, we do feel, at least at the DNR at the moment, that we need to strengthen our capacity to observe, to monitor, to evaluate the environmental impacts of these activities at the local level. We have had initial conversations already on how we might be able to coordinate more closely with the DILG in particular, in order for us to be able to maintain some integrity in the ecosystems despite the necessity of this activity being made available to communities who actually need the incomes that at the barangay and at the community level. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, small-scale mining was first acknowledged as a formal industry sector in 1984. And in 1991, the Small-Scale Mining Act was enacted. My question is, as of to date, Madam, how many have been approved or licensed small-scale legal with licenses small-scale mining in the country?
I'll just check our facts on that, Congressman. However, if you could give me a few seconds, we could get the accurate figures. Thank you, sir.
Wala.
Congressman? Yes, thank you, sir, for your patience. We have had 50 recognized Minahang Bayan projects.
Yeah, yes, that's what we want to know, no, because 31 years since the law was enacted, it's very sad to hear that there are actually only 50. And I'm sure you know that there are probably hundreds of illegal small-scale miners waiting to be accredited. And as secretary, ma'am, it's a law, and as you mentioned, you support it as long as it's within the mandate of the law. My question is, how would you differ from previous secretaries in promoting and, fully implementing this law? Because, previous administrations have passed, there were secretaries, but the small scale mining was not really promoted, advocated. That's why there's a proliferation of illegal small scale miners because gutom po sila. So my question, Madam, is what would you do as the secretary to promote or fully enact the Small Scale Mining Act?
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman. Among the first things we will be doing po, and as I've already informed the team at the DNR, we will be conducting a full process review of this approval process, not just for the small scale mining, but for other activities of the DNR as well. This will actually allow us to determine where the gaps are in terms of translating policy into actual implementation at the local level. I think at this juncture, it is very crucial for us to keep in close coordination with the DILG, because as you mentioned, there are possibly hundreds, if not more, illegal small-scale mining activities, which we will need the cooperation of the LGU in order for us to actually identify and monitor and make that part of the formalization process under this law. Thank you po.
I think as a way of suggestion is, I think we have to review the processing requirements, licensing, because it's too extensive, no? And just to point out, ma'am, in the Cordillera, where indigenous Filipinos have been panning for gold as far back as the 19th century, only 13 minhang bayan have so far been approved. So, nakakalungkot po that it's a source of livelihood in the Cordilleras, and yet 13 to date have been approved. So, basically, based on the studies, it's the extensive, laborious permits that the small-scale miners don't really want to fulfill them, and they would just rather mine illegally rather than maguto, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We will take your suggestion to heart po and see how we can in fact make this process more efficient. I would also like to state that the DNR also needs the cooperation at the local government level in terms of monitoring the way the small-scale mining activities are being conducted. Because at the end of the day po, as you probably will know, the DNR is always blamed for a particular disaster because of the lack of the monitoring. And so we hope we can work with you, Mr. Congressman, as well as the different LGU chief executives in order for us to continue to expedite and provide the means of livelihood in a safe and as resilient way as possible. Thank you po, Mr. Congressman.
Just one point, no? The current conditions set by the BSP in gold mining are not conducive to small-scale miners, ma'am. Because first, they require a bank account. Traditional small-scale miners don't have a bank account. Secondly, the BSP gold buying guidelines indicate a deduction of 1,600 per lot, which is more than the gold they're trying to sell. So these are valid issues that has to be resolved in coordination with the DNR, ma'am. So it's a source of livelihood. The country is blessed with minerals. I think we should tap it. Other countries don't have the mineral sources we have. And that's why the law was enacted, is really to generate employment. And as a question, what is the small-scale mining's contribution to the economy currently?
Sir, at this point, as you may know, they do not pay taxes for whatever they actually are able to realize from this activity. So
even the 50 license, ma'am? You mentioned earlier, ma'am, that there were 50 license accredited minhang bayan. So they're not paying taxes, are you
I
saying?
believe, sir, under the law, their revenues are not taxed. And I will confirm that po in terms of checking with our team. But under the law po, these incomes are not taxed.
Under your leadership, Madam, what is your target? Because the past administration, before they stepped down, I think they were targeting to have 50, and I think they met that. Although 50 in 6 years, I think it's not really, the previous secretary could have done better. In terms of your target or goal, when you're confirmed and in the next 6 years, what would be your target areas and number in increasing the number of Minang Bayan?
Thank you very much for that question, sir. To be quite honest, we have not reached that planning stage with the team at MGB. However, if I may propose, we would look very much at the disaggregated poverty statistics in each of these areas where, in fact, Minahang Bayans are possibly the source of income. And based on those poverty statistics and cooperation with the different LGUs, as well as po taking into consideration your suggestion on coordination with the BSP, we would very much like po to target this activity towards those areas that in fact need the income the most, and provide the support as may be possible in order to actually monitor and continue to help these communities in terms of their needed activity. Thank you, sir.
The law prohibits the use of mercury in small-scale mining. So what would be the action of DNR in terms of, minimizing, stopping the use of mercury? Because most of the small-scale miners unfortunately use mercury, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary. So what is the alternative? There are already current technologies in mining, processing gold without the use of mercury. Is the DNR promoting this in terms of having skills upgrade, technical assistance to the accredited small-scale miners? Because this is very important. In fact, most of the illegal small-scale miners are minors, unfortunately. So we would like to ask the Secretary what is their action plan in terms of stopping the use of mercury.
Thank you very much, sir. Unfortunately, there is no chemical that will not be harmful to this process. There is a conversion process now towards the use of cyanide, but as we all know, that also has an impact environmentally on people as well as ecosystems. So at this point, sir, the department stands really to support, not just in terms of the shifting towards different technologies and materials, but also to providing assistance, as you have mentioned, sir, in terms of building up financial literacy on the part of the small-scale miners. That would be part of the kind of social support that we offer. As you mentioned, sir, there are a number of child laborers, as well as, of course, also women who are working in this field. This is a social issue, and we hope to be able to work with the GAD offices at each of the LGUs in order to help support addressing this particular issue. I also would say, sir, at this point that the issue of child labor is a particularly complex one. And so we hope to work with the local governments, DSWD, as well as the department on trying to resolve this issue. Thank you, sir.
I was just Googling now, gold, processing of gold without mercury. There are already technologies, ma'am. I was just looking at the EPA.gov of the US government. There are already so many technologies, mercury-free processing of gold. So I suggest that the department can research on this and be updated, because every day there are new technologies and processes that are being implemented. Kawawa lang kasi po ang use of mercury. As you mentioned, it's really dangerous. Anyway, ma'am, your mandate is very big. You have to manage landscape, seascapes, air, and more. The challenge for you, madam, I know, is how can you manage all of this with a meager budget? Because for the 2023 NEP, ano po ba kayo? Less than 30 billion ba ang
20 billion po.
So ma'am, with that the huge responsibility given to you, Secretary, is how will you manage millions of hectares of forests, seascapes, landscapes, airscapes, ma'am? How will you do it?
Well, at this point, as I have discussed previously, Congressman, the budget of 23 billion is hardly is hardly how do I say this, available, hardly the amount that we need in order to manage this very daunting task. Aside from what you have mentioned, sir, if I may, the DNR is tasked to mention what is being valued in the trillions of pesos in terms of natural capital. And yet, because this has not been valued in terms of our own contribution to the economy, our budget doesn't reflect the responsibility that is on the DNR shoulders. I'll be the first to admit, sir, that we are not successful in managing our environments, air, land, and sea. And this is not even to speak of the communities that are in fact affected by the way we are not able to do our job completely. However, sir, if I may, and upon the suggestion I might cite of Senator Sani Angara in conversation, we have begun a process where we will begin to craft a 6-year science-informed development plan for the mandate of the DNR. And we hope at the end of the 6 years that we will have enough of a budget to be able to use not only human and technical and financial resources upon us being made available by the different budgets that we will have in the future, but also make use of space-based technologies and other innovations to help us in order to do our job as best we can. Thank you, sir.
You mentioned 23 billion budget, and I noticed that over 10% of the budget is lodged at the EMB or MGB. Is that correct?
Actually, sir, the biggest item on our budget is the National Greening Program. That's about 10% of the budget.
Yes. Going to the greening, no, we fully support the greening program. In fact, when that was started, they had a budget of 8 billion, and you're down to 2 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Our allocation this year is at around 2 billion.
Are you familiar why the budget was cut from 8 to 2?
Sir,
May I?
Senator Villar,
Yeah.
with the permission of the
Of
majority leader.
course.
Because I'm in charge of the budget of the DNR. Actually, last year you have a 4.4 billion budget, and the senators are always questioning where are the greening program? They cannot find it. So I suggested that you transfer it to the protected areas. So they transfer the money as a support to the 114 protected areas in the Philippines covering 4.5 million hectares. So that we're, para magka-budget yung Protected Area Management Board para may magawa doon sa protected area, and they will not question where are the greening program because we will just say that it is being used by the 114 protected areas in the Philippines. So that's better. Otherwise, the Senate will just cut your budget.
Yes, thank you, Senator Cynthia. Yeah, because we fully support the greening and how it will contribute to, lessening flooding, erosion. Just like to point out, in the previous administrations, it was marred with corruption. First, for example, in Bicol, they plant hundreds of millions worth of trees, and when they account, sasabihin na sunog, and when I was governor, I investigated it. Nagkaroon ng mango plantation. The mango seedling was the real mango, but yung inimbestigahan po namin ang tinanim Indian mango. So what I'm saying is the real mango, the bigger one, will probably cost 6 pesos, I don't know, per seed, and the Indian mango is 1-2 pesos. What I'm saying is it was marred with corruption first, and second, absorption capacity. The money was there. Alam ni Senator Loren yan as finance. We put money there, but it was not spent on time or obligated. So that's what I'm saying. That the greening program is a noteworthy program, but it was not implemented well. In fact, Senator Cynthia was already saying that why put money if it will not be spent wisely. So we fully support your advocacy, your trust, ma'am, and we laud your commitment in serving the department. You're highly qualified for the job. I read your resume. But of course, ma'am, it's different when you head a department and you're caught up with the bureaucracy and all. So we will pray for your success. We will pray and support for your initiatives. My questioning really is just to, reiterate the importance of these issues. But I support your nomination. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you very much, the Majority Leader, and I share your concern, and we appreciate the response of the Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance for Environment. Actually, just to put it on record, the Senate did not scrap the budget. It simply transferred it to protected areas. The e-NIPAS, which Senator Villar sponsored, which I authored also in the Senate. Many of us were co-authors here. So we take note of that and proceed now to the manifestation of Senator Villar.
I just want to make a manifestation with regards to small scale miners. Oo. Kasi I have been to many places in Mindanao, and the local government were saying that the small scale miners are being used as a front of big scale miners so that they will not follow the law. So makikita nyo, magtataka ka, small scale miner pero well-financed, ang lalaki na equipment, ang ganon. Parang hindi nila ma-imagine na ang small scale farmer ang gumasta doon. So nakita nila na ginagamit lang yung small scale farmer ng big companies na ayaw nilang maging legal miners. Kasi pag legal miner ka, maraming law na ifa-follow ka to achieve your intention. So, nagiging front lang. Kaya you have to be careful na huwag gamitin ng mga illegal miners, yung mga small scale miners, para ma-circumvent nila yung law. Because many local government in Mindanao were telling me that when I'm visiting Mindanao. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Senator. We will take
Madam Chair, last na lang. For Bicol ba, ilan pa ang na-approve na small scale mining nyo po, ma'am? As my understanding, it's only in Camarines Norte where small scale or gold mining is present.
Congressman, in terms of the mapping, I do note that it's in Camarines Norte. We'll come up with
So other
specific-
provinces have no existing small scale like Albay.
There are as well. These are quite well dispersed. And I think that what we'll do is we'll submit to you po the distribution per actual province.
Because in line with Senator Villar's comment, we also want to make sure that the small scale are really small scale and the marginal miners. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman.
We acknowledge that Senator Risa will speak later, but may we proceed with Congressman Assistant Minority Leader Pimentel, please. Also, Congressman Sagarabia, also Sagarbaria, here reserved. Then Senator Risa, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would just like to ask the good secretary, what's your stand or other position with regards to the mining industry? What I refer to is the large-scale mining, because the mining industry is one industry which is very much misunderstood. If you will recall, in fact, a former secretary canceled, I think during her term, 30 mineral production sharing agreements without any justifiable cause. We know very well that the mining industry is one of the contributors to our economic growth. It is a contributor to our GDP. It is a source of dollar. It is a dollar earner. It is a source of our employment in most especially in poor provinces which they host mining. So, as the saying goes, we do not want to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. So, Madam Chair, may I know what is your position with regards to the mining industry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman. My position po would be premised on one fact, that minerals are needed by everyone. how we are able to manage the mineral assets of our country are really within our hands. The legislature, the executive, the local governments. And so at this point, sir, I will say that I am in favor of responsible mining, and that responsible mining be able to address specific exposure and vulnerabilities that are caused by the disturbance to the land and to offshore as well. And that would really mean po, in terms of the DNR's mandate, building up of our capacity to observe, to monitor, to analyze, and to translate the analytics into action in order to protect our ecosystems and our communities. And so, sir, I would like to bring up at this point this issue of environmental, social, and governance of the different large-scale mining corporations. I've already had a conversation with them about this and how this may in fact be directed to specific social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities of the communities and ecosystems wherein they operate. And so that would be my position, sir. I would just like to also state at this point that the SDMP that each of the corporations actually have as part of their investment, that also be tailored to specific vulnerabilities and exposures and the creation of opportunities for the different communities that are affected by the mining activity. Thank you po, sir.
Madam Chair, last April 2021, the previous administration lifted EO 79. Since then, Madam Chair, may I know from the good secretary how many have already been processed? Kasi yung EO 79 suspended the application of mining permits, but it was lifted in April 2021. And since then po, it has been more than a year, ilan na po ba ang pinaprocess natin sa DNR?
Mr. Congressman, I will get back to you on the specific numbers on that. However, I would like to state that at this point, there are 118 operating mines in the country, the distribution of which are 12 gold, 3 copper, 33 nickel, 4 iron, and 4 chromite. In terms of open pit mining, sir, as I understand it, there are 4 actually about to operate or already operating, and 5 more that are in the pipeline. So that is the figure from the Mines and Geoscience Bureau, sir.
Ilan po yung sa nickel industry?
Sa nickel po, 33
33.
operating mines.
And these are all of good standing. Wala pong violations.
Sir, at this point po, they're constantly being evaluated. And as you may know po, there will be, of course, notices of violations when in fact those are being beyond the guidelines that are put in place for their operation.
One last matter, Madam Chair. This is with regards to the approval or processing of tree cutting permits, no? Ano ho ba ang proseso po natin doon? Because I'm bringing up this matter because I know of one case wherein one of your senros was asking 1 million pesos per tree cutting permit for the approval of one tree cutting permit. He has been asking from mining companies and contractors. So I would like to raise this issue, Madam Chair, so that this would be one of your mission to weed out these scalawags in the department na matigil na po itong ginagawa ng ibang tao po ninyo. I'm not saying that all of the senros are doing this, but I have already investigated this matter, and we across a case wherein one of your senros asked sa mga mining companies po 1 million pesos per tree cutting permit, and that is not good for the image and integrity of the department. So I believe as you being the secretary, hopefully if ever you will be confirmed, request ko lang po na pakitignan lang po itong mga kaso na ganito. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. If I may just have a brief reply, there are no fees to obtain a tree cutting permit. We certainly will look at the case that you have just mentioned, and sir, if we may have the details, we will act on this right away. Thank you, sir.
Actually, I'm telling you about this issue, Madam Chair, because this has already been a source of corruption. Ginagawa pong money making ng mga sentros doon sa probinsya. So I think you should be I want to inform you so that you could take action on this, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to reiterate,
Thank you, Congressman Pimentel.
just to
Majority Leader.
reiterate regarding the tree cutting, it's vital because, for example, there's a major road project that needs to cut a tree. And if the DNR delays it, the road will not push through because of one tree. So it can be a source of corruption, ma'am. While there is no fee, the delay, and some people might just to pay, even if it's illegal, so as not to delay. So that is the importance and urgency of what Congressman Pimentel is saying, ma'am. A simple tree cutting permit can delay hundreds of billions worth of projects. So I hope that this can be resolved under your leadership, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr.
I just want to manifest that if you build a road, every tree that you cut, you plant 50 trees in replacement. That's the rule of the DNR. So I built a road in Las Piñas. I cut 16 trees. I planted 900 trees to replace. So there's a rule talaga. We cannot prevent the building of roads, but we have to replace the trees. Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may just add to the process as requested. Upon receipt of the application for the tree cutting, sir, they are mandated to respond within 3 days. And so that would be the requirement for the Senro. So, sir, we'd be very grateful if we could have the information and we would look directly into this activity by the different
Madam Chair, the experience is the process is simple, but if a group of individual or environment, a pseudo environment will oppose, DNR will hear that opposition, which will further delay the issuance of the permit. So Senator Villar's manifestation is clear. You can cut it and plant 50. In fact, you can plant even more than 50. That's what I'm saying. So there's really a source of corruption in this area, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, sir. This is very well noted.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Congressman Sagar Barria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, it is very well known that not all local government units can host or would like or can afford or would like to host putting up a sanitary landfill because it is quite expensive. And because of this, people are now talking about using incinerators in solving that problem. Using incinerators, putting the proper filters, so we can minimize the dioxin that we put in the air. So what is your stand now? Especially that putting up incinerator at this moment is banned. So if Congress would like to, one way or the other, come up with a law in allowing using incinerators, so what is now the stand of DENR?
Sir, if I may just begin with a statement that we do believe that zero waste practices, reuse, recycle, should be in fact what would be the practice of all our communities. However, we do understand that new technologies are now available, not just in incineration, but other ways of treating solid waste. And so we would be open to actually reviewing these technologies and making some recommendations where possible. But as I said earlier, the zero waste position is really where we're coming from at this point. Technology we know has advanced, and we're also looking at the date of when the laws were actually implemented, seeing that there's a 20-year law already, and therefore we need to understand in terms of where science and technology have actually advanced in the ways to deal with solid waste management. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We take note of your strong stand on zero waste, which is embodied in Republic Act 9003, a 21-year-old law. And we also take note of your open-mindedness in studying technologies. Thank you. We now recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Magandang tanghali po, Secretary. First, ma'am, on climate change, which the good Secretary mentioned in her opening remarks, we note that the Secretary has vast experience in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation through her years working in the private sector and as a former president of the National Resilience Council. On 23rd September, so just 4 days ago, ma'am, Pag-asa declared that the sea level rise in the Philippines is 3 times faster than the global average, putting many of our coastal villages and low-lying areas in near peril. So how does the Secretary intend to address such climate change concerns in the aforementioned areas and build resilience among the communities living there?
Thank you very much for that question, Madam Senator. In terms of the statement of Pag-asa that the Philippines is actually experiencing faster sea level rise than the rest of the globe, this has been the trend for many years now. And actually, the sea level rise that we are experiencing is actually compounded by subsidence that is happening, especially among the more urbanized areas that have coastlines. Unfortunately, as we are aware, these hazardous areas that are partly submerged, either most of the day or all of the day, are where some of our more vulnerable communities are actually living. At this point po, this is a very complex social and economic problem, as well as it is an environmental one. There are initiatives at this point to create new sites for resettlement. However, these sites, as we have recommended in our previous work, really need to take into consideration the livelihoods and the different profiles of the different communities in order for them to actually survive and thrive if they need to be resettled. The issue whether they should be resettled or not is a complex negotiation process, and it's what we call a negotiated resilience between the communities and the different other stakeholders in the different local government units that they serve. Definitely, Madam Secretary and Madam Senator, these considerations are part of what we call a risk assessment, and which must be done at the local level, which must feed into the comprehensive land use plan of each of these local governments, as well as their environmental plans, their local climate change adaptation plan, and inevitably across the entire executive and legislative agenda of the local governments. The profile of these communities, Madam Senator, is what should drive the different solutions that will be provided for each of the communities. And so we tailor the physical environment and the livelihood support and social protection in relation to their specific vulnerability to sea level rise. Unfortunately, Madam, in some areas of the Philippines, this average rate of sea level rise is basically an average. So in some areas, it will be higher than others. And so compounded with subsidence as well, a form of managed retreat and resettlement might be the way for some of these communities. However, the social and economic infrastructure needs to be put in place for them to survive and thrive under these resettled conditions. Thank you po, ma'am.
Maraming salamat din po, Madam Secretary. So, in addition to or aside from this negotiated resilience as expressed in different plans and documents, especially at the LGU level, and the negotiated also retreat and resettlement, as a species, are we basically saying that there's nothing we can do about the sea level rise itself, but become more resilient, retreat, resettle, etc.?
Madam Senator, at this point po, despite what the Philippines might be able to do to actually reduce our own greenhouse gas emissions, we will not be able to stave off what has been already the impacts that we are seeing today. In fact, some of the ecosystems po are past the point of recovery. And so in terms of our own species, We are left to what we're calling an adaptive and responsive approach, but hopefully to encourage other nations towards mitigating what they are emitting into the atmosphere. Thank you po, ma'am.
Oh, indeed, Madam Sec. Sige po. Uh, Based on reports, the Kaliwa Dam was supposed to commence last June this year. May we know the status of the project? Do you intend to continue this project, knowing that there were alleged irregularities in the procurement of permits and consents from the indigenous peoples for this project, and that it will destroy a portion of the Sierra Madre with a surface area of at least 291 hectares in Quezon and affect 1,465 households in Quezon and Rizal, gravely impact 56 IP households, and place 284 more at the risk of flooding and other effects of possible dam failure.
Thank you po, Madam Senator. At this point po, I've only had a cursory reading of the conditions that are prevailing in the Kaliwa Dam issue. However, if I may share po at this point, that the concerns of the indigenous communities really should be discussed and ventilated and articulated quite well in terms of the decision-making process. The environmental impact of the dam as well should also be, at this point, investigated quite well. Unfortunately for us, this issue of water supply for domestic use is one that continues and continues to grow. And so without alternatives, we must do a very accurate cost-benefit analysis, but include the economic, social, and environmental concerns that might arise, in fact, from the implementation of this project. On the legality of the procurement, Madam Senator, I have not had the opportunity to look into the issues surrounding that process. However, what I have read, in fact, has raised concern, and we hope to be able to look very much into this issue in the near future. Thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you, Sec. So going now to Masungi Geo Reserve, also mentioned by the chair earlier. So in the DENR in 2017, through former Secretary Gina Lopez, entered into a memorandum of agreement with the Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation, Inc. to further protect Masungi. Masungi employees and volunteers have been threatened and harassed for years by groups and syndicates allegedly involved in illegal quarrying, logging, and land grabbing. And just this month, armed men who identified as associated with Sinagtala Security Agency services arrived with the intention of taking over 300 hectares of land, 150 hectares of which form part of the Masungi protected area. The men said that they had the authority to enter the property by virtue of a survey plan, which was signed by a director of the DENR in the early 2000s. So may we know how you intend to protect and strengthen the security in Masungi and the entire Upper Marikina River Basin protected landscape from these groups and syndicates? What concrete actions are being done by the department? And have you been coordinating with the DILG, the DOJ, and the local government of Rizal in relation to this?
Thank you very much, Madam Senator. And beforehand, I wish to thank you for your recent proposal to have this Senate inquiry on the Masungi Reserve. I really think that it's time for all the facts to be ventilated and to be heard by the different legislators that are in fact interested in this issue. So we thank you very much, Bo, for that proposed Senate inquiry. At this point, Madam Senator, if I may share, and I've looked into the history of this problem, it is apparent to me that the memorandum of agreement signed in 2017 somehow did not take into consideration the long history of other presidential decrees, proclamations, other types of rights reflected in the different instruments that had a long history po, including from the 70s. And so where we were able to determine in terms of the crafting of the agreement and the historical analysis of the status of the property per se, mukha pong at this point, it is apparent that the crafting of the agreement was not able to appreciate the history of the claims and rights there. However, having said that po, we wish to acknowledge the great work done by civil society groups, especially the Masungi Foundation, in terms of preserving and conserving the area under which that they have a control at the moment. We have been in close coordination with the DILG, ma'am, and we do intend to engage the DOJ as well in terms of trying to resolve the competing interests and claims as they have been reflected in the different instruments that actually impact the area that was covered by the MOA. And so we believe at this point that we wish to acknowledge the great work done by the foundation without diminishing also the work of some of the good people in the DNR and other agencies that have been contributing to the protection of this area. And so we will be unraveling po, and hopefully with your Senate inquiry, this will also aid us in ventilating and bringing to light all the different issues regarding this MOA and the work that is being done. I should say po, we are particularly acknowledging, of course, the international recognition as well of the work that was done by the foundation. In closing po, in coordination with the DILG and in relation to the recent incidents, because there were armed men involved, we felt very strongly that this should be a police action rather than the DNR at this point standing in front of the different armed individuals. And we're very grateful to Secretary Denr to act for his direct intervention. Unfortunately, ma'am, I was in Brisbane with the delegation, and so I was not able to attend to this myself, but Yusek Jonas Leones was there with Secretary Denr when they visited the site last Friday. And in fact, were able to go to Masungi itself. So we hope that this will be the start of the resolution of this issue. And we hope for a win-win situation for all. Thank you po.
Madam Chair, with the indulgence of Senator Risa, in line with that questioning, so based on your statement, Madam Secretary, are you saying that the issuance of the MOA by the previous secretary, they committed an error or lapse in judgment? Because you mentioned earlier that the MOA was issued without consideration of previous decreased issuances. So just for clarification, are you saying that the previous secretary committed a lapse in judgment, error, mistake?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. I'm not in a position to make that statement po. I was not there and I was not part of the decision to craft the MOA, nor involved in the process. So I would not be able to interpret the action of the previous
My
secretary.
question, Madam Chair, is based on the current MOA, is it, can you safely say that it's sound, legal, with no walang pagkakamali po at pagkukulang sa issuance? Because you mentioned earlier mo, it was issued without consideration of previous. So based on record naman to po, ma'am, we're not blaming anyone here, but for clarification, because my next question is, if there is an admission that there's a mistake, my next question would be, what is the corrective measure that you will take? Because if you will say that the MOA is in order, then you're saying that there is no corrective measure that should be put despite the despite the situation there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman. At this point, sir, I would reiterate my statement that the MOA did not take into consideration previous proclamations, previous decrees, and therefore it will need to be revised if we were to find some way of compromising in terms of the settlement of this issue. And so the position for the department at this point would be to sit down with all parties and to try and resolve the competing interests that have been expressed by the different instruments that are currently in place.
Would it be in order, Madam Secretary, to amend the MOA? To amend meaning to add provisions that were not considered or take out some provisions that you think are not in order? Because meeting the stakeholders is one, but I think the agenda would be the current MOA because currently there will be a continued standoff there. And if the court enters the place, the situation, mas lalo po magkakaproblema. And everyone here, of course, wants to settle the issue there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman. I am not yet in a position to say whether it can be modified or it needs to be redrafted. And so there would be openness to consider, and I hope that there would also be openness on the part of the Masungi Foundation to actually consider some of the solutions that might be available, one of which is to convert the MOA into a protected area assessment process.
Madam Chair, because of the urgency, I think it's incumbent upon the DNR to already be finding solutions, and one of which is, fixing the problem through the amendment or revision.
Yes, sir. In fact, that would be our position as well. We would like for this issue to be resolved once and for all, and there are remedies that are put in place, but they will require compromise, including the LGUs that are affected by the current situation. Thank you very much.
Senator Risa.
Yes, of course, Majo, very welcome. So, Sec, I look forward to, through your leadership at the department, all the stakeholders arriving at that win-win solution. At sana po maging makakatulong yung prosesong magagawa sana namin dito, an inquiry into the situation there, especially given that the MOA covers the Masungi Geo-Reserve, but the whole Upper Marikina River Basin protected landscape as covered by the law is actually much, much bigger. So with the way that you have been engaging these questions, ano?
If Masungi is covered by Upper Marikina.
Madam Chair, I think Sen Cynthia would like to add something.
I just want to know if the Masungi Geo-Reserve is covered by the Upper Marikina protected area. Kasi may nagsasabi na hindi, may nagsasabi na oo. But Upper Marikina is 22,000 hectares. So I thought that it is covered. But marami nagsasabi na hindi. So I think the DNR can answer that.
Finally, can we have a clarification before the commission so that the appropriate committees may also be enlightened? The question of Senator Villar is the whole Masungi Geo-Reserve part of the original NIPAS and the e-NIPAS, or only parts of it so that additional new legislation can be done to protect the whole of it? Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Senator. 41% of the Masungi Geo-Reserve is within the Upper Marikina protected landscape, and that's a legislated landscape. So the 2,700, of the 2,700, 41% are about 1,115 hectares is within the Upper Marikina protected landscape. 9%, which is around 226 hectares, is within the Kaliwa watershed, not legislated.
Glad that you mentioned that. Would you consider, Secretary, as part of the priority and urgent action you will take after hopefully today's completed process of nomination, that you, the DNR, will submit to both houses proposed legislation to cover the whole reserve as a protected area to add to the e-NIPAS that both houses passed a few years ago, since the Kaliwa part of the reserve already has the initial components for a protected area?
Yes, Madam Senator, we'll be working on that and hopefully continue to consult with all the senators as well as the congressmen involved who have expressed an interest in settling this issue once and for all. Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to manifest that the congressman from that place should file a local bill so that we can pass the national bill on the part of the Senate. You have to pass a local bill with regards to protected areas, and then we approve it in the Senate. It should emanate from the House.
Let me just state that when we offered the INI pass, both the House and the Senate offered it as well at the same time. So let us see, perhaps the DNR can study the area if it will cover just one legislative district, or because it is a huge area, several areas will be covered. So we see the process of legislation, whether it will be considered a local bill, whether it's just one legislative district or huge, since it's a big area. That's for your study, but I'm glad that this is on the table now, and so that it is also probably possible that the Senate can have an additional INI pass, which you did a few years ago, so that we don't wait for the House to do the local bill and then we proceed thereafter. So we leave it to the DNR to give us the technical specifications to complete the whole area, because the Kaliwa Dam area was not yet ready or not included when we passed the INI pass. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Just want to manifest that when we passed the INI pass, everything was emanated from the House. And then we just approve it in the Senate. So lahat ng congressman nag-file. So yung version nila, tapos inapprove namin sa Senate. Lahat ng INI pass na pinasa ko ganun.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Anyway, we can, any congressman can file that. I can file that tomorrow. But what I'm saying is we need the technical description, recommendation of the DNR. Because we cannot file a bill with no technical description, survey plan, etc. So we need the recommendation of the DNR, and if you can give to our office as soon as possible, so we can settle this issue, because we're here to help the DNR in solving the Masungi problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Congressman, Madam Chair. If I may just, with all due respect to the congressmen in the House who have also filed proposal for an inquiry at the House level, perhaps there can be a conversation with the gentleman from Rizal as well, in order to bring this issue to a close. Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay, Senator Antiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on, Madam Secretary, earlier the topic was already brought up, no, about related, open pit mining. So may we know the Secretary's position on this? Because in April 2021, the former President Duterte signed Executive Order 130, lifting the 9-year moratorium on mineral agreements, as mentioned by Rep. Pimentel. The EO directs the DNR to formulate the terms and conditions in the new mineral agreements that will maximize government revenues and share from production, including the possibility of declaring these areas as mineral reservations to obtain appropriate royalties in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations. How does the Secretary intend to reconcile this EO with your department's mandate to protect the country's environment and natural resources?
Thank you very much for that question, Madam Senator. In fact, this is one of the greatest challenges, I think, facing the department. The issue of disruption in terms of ecosystems is really part of the core mission of the department in terms of trying to protect from disruption. I wish to say, however, that we recognize that there are certain economies that attend to the different types of mining methods, and therefore we are not in a position, at least at this point, to determine the financial feasibility of certain types of mining approaches. We do realize that open pit mining is among the most impactful in terms of the ecosystems, and therefore progressive rehabilitation is in fact one of the issues that we would like to advance more aggressively. Secondly, there are examples globally wherein resource companies have teamed up with large civil society groups such as Conservancy International to actually determine what are the ways by which they can minimize the impact of their activities directly on the areas within which they operate, or design instruments that will allow compensatory actions to be taken in terms of, for example, investing in the protection of high biodiversity areas that are in fact being directly or indirectly impacted by their activity. And so we're looking at these examples to actually model how we may proceed with managing the impacts of the open pit mining as well as the tunnel type mining as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sec, also for introducing that concept of progressive rehabilitation. So we'll be studying that also. Just to my last question for you this noon, Secretary. In relation to a pending bill, Alternative Minerals Management Bill. So as stated in a Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism report, a third of the country's total land area of 30 million hectares contains high deposits of gold, nickel, copper, and chromite, among others. As of February this year, there were 55 operating metallic mining sites in the country. Government has repeatedly tried to regulate the industry, from Presidential Decree 43 in 1974 to the Mining Act of 1995. And despite this, it's been argued that businesses and corporations engaged in large-scale, particularly open-pit mining, have flourished, but at the expense of both the environment and the people. So lastly, Sec, do you think the Philippine Mining Act of 1995, so past almost 3 decades ago, should it be updated and revised in the light of current circumstances? And if so, what do you think our legislative priority should be? Because I'm presuming that, like this representation, you believe that protecting the environment and the welfare of our people and communities should come first.
Thank you very much for that question, Madam Senator. We believe po actually that many of our environmental laws should in fact be reviewed at this point, including the 1995 Philippine Mining Act. We do recognize that communities, society has changed, environments have changed, ecosystem dynamics have also changed, but science and technology has also moved forward. So we need to actually take into consideration both our failures and our successes in the implementation of Philippine environmental laws, specifically in this case po, the Philippine Mining Act. I do wish to also reiterate that we are open to reconsidering, in fact, the joining of the EITI. And that transparency should be part of the entire process of the industry. And we do understand that there are already in the leadership of the Chamber of Mines wanting to actually go back into the EITI. We would very much want to be part of that process. We have begun to speak with Undersecretary Shelo Magno at the DOF, and we have found there to be quite an openness and quite an energy behind these particular actions. And so with your support, Madam Senator, as well as the other august members of these chambers, we do feel that transparency and accountability, science and technology, as well as the changes that have taken place in our society pre-pandemic and post-pandemic need to be part of the evaluation of our environmental laws. Thank you, Pama.
Thank you also, Secretary. It's not the first time I've heard some good sounds even about the environmental aspect of mining coming out of the Chamber of Mines. Kahit po, if I remember correctly, in relation sa isang pending case sa Korte Suprema. Kaso po namin, challenging the current fiscal regime kasi bakit ang liit ng share ng gobyerno sa mining operations in the country. So maraming salamat po sa inyo, Secretary, and mabuhay po in advance.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Salamat, Madam. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Yes, we have Senator Cayetano, then I think a manifestation from Senator Go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, dahil tanghali na po at hapon na, and I think we have a very important session also with the Department of Tourism, and then may session pa tayong lahat. So I'll just make this in the form of a manifestation and ask the questions during the budget hearing with your permission, dear colleagues. Ma'am, magandang hapon po, and I think the biblical principle na kung anong itatanim, yan ang aanihin, ay talagang akmang-akma sa inyong department. And I acknowledge that the Department of Environment is one of the most important departments precisely because, people cannot live without the environment. Walang ecosystem kung walang environment. So the first point I want to make is because it's so important, but medyo unique yung pagka-set up ng department natin. Kasi on one hand, you're tasked to protect the environment. On the other hand, kayo din ang nagbibigay ng permits dun sa mga industries na kailangan ng ating bansa, no? Yung mga nagsasabing hindi kailangan ng mineral development, for example, may cellphone din sila at gumagamit din sila ng microphone, no? But of course, dun sa nagsasabing hindi destructive, well, they have to open their eyes also, no? So it's the same problem, for example, with the DOJ, that on one hand, under the Secretary of Justice yung prosecution services, on the other hand, yung PAW ay nasa ilalim din niya. But in the end, malinaw naman na ang trabaho niya is not to prosecute or to defend. Ang trabaho niya is justice. So sa inyo, ma'am, hindi rin ang trabaho magbigay ng permit o wag magbigay ng permit. Ang trabaho talaga is to protect the environment. And since the President said during the SONA that kailangan natin ng right sizing, we'll be looking forward to your inputs on this. Na, for example, do we really need something like an EPA, an Environmental Protection Agency that could be attached to the DNR, but on the other hand, have some sort of autonomy pagdating sa quasi-judicial or sa pag-approve halimbawa sa maseselan mga permit, especially when it really could harm our ecosystem, no? So that's the first thing, ma'am. Feel free to comment, ma'am, at the end or at any time, no? Secondly, ma'am, we would like really to support you to be really the champion of the environment and the development of our resources, balancing the two sa kabinete. So I've noticed that sometimes in the cabinet, depende sa character, no, ng both of the president and the secretaries. And speaking from experience, meron pong iba na talagang nakikialam sa ibang departamento, no? At meron naman pong iba na kino-confine talaga sarili nila dun sa departamento nila, no? And I think there's a healthy balance, meaning, for example, every single department we have will have to protect the environment, will have a role to play in protecting the environment. So, for example, ma'am, how many cars can be removed from the streets if we put a double-deck bus, for example? No, or if we go towards trains rather than cars. So that's a policy decision for the Department of Transportation, yet the inputs can come from you. Solid waste management that our dear colleague has already mentioned, may pagka-hipokrito tayo dyan eh. Kasi we all keep saying na that's the best way to go. Pero alam naman natin na hindi very sanitary ang landfills natin at alam naman natin hindi tayo ganun kagaling sa segregation. But I remember the former mayor ng Seoul, he talked about yung Gangnam, which is one of the most expensive areas and developed areas in Korea. And they had incinerators na zero emission. And may mga products pa na nadadala like yung bricks at yung iba sa kuryente pa, no? And I was in that Congress, the 11th Congress, when we banned the incinerators, and the logic was, do not ban technology. But ang counter logic was, dami kasing nakakalusot. Pero in 1998 to 2001, wala pang social media noon eh. No? So ang hirap kunan, ang hirap i-compare, ang hirap i-google, no? Ngayon mas madali na. So I can go on and on, diba? Whether we talk about bicycles, making the roads more safe, whether we talk about your inputs DPWH, no? We talk about road maintenance, but what is healthier for the environment, no? When we talk about farm to market roads, when we talk about farming, for example, no? Ano ba ang klase ng agriculture na mas maganda sa environment? May input lahat dyan yung Department of Environment. So, on that point, I just like to encourage you, no? To be the constant voice in the Senate of reminding all departments of their duty to protect the environment. It's God's creation, and we are stewards. So, it's not only you who's the steward, but all of us. And the last point, I'd like to pick up dun sa ating majority leader and kay Congressman, hopefully maging Senator Pimentel, Johnny Pimentel, about corruption, no? So I was reading a little bit about you, and I read this about your husband. Loyzaga made a name for himself as a straight-up defensive stopper, using his heft and quick hands to guard the league's best big men, including the great Ramon Fernandez and later Alvin Patrimonio. No? A 7-time recipient of Philippine Basketball Association All-Defensive Team Award. No? So I'd like to encourage you to be both an offensive player in protecting the environment, but also a defensive player in stopping all of this corruption. But since the government also needs funds, no? I'm not against permits and fees. I mean, that happened, may lumapit sa amin one time, sabi sa akin, Sir, kawawa naman yung barangay nyo. Sabi niya, bakit? Magtatayo kaming building sa ibang lugar, willing kami magbigay ng 500,000 to 1 million, minsan covered court pa hinihingi. Sa inyo, ang fee namin 5,000. So nung sinabi kong hindi kami po tumatanggap ng walang resibo, no? So sabi niya, ba't hindi mo itaas yung fee? No? So the same thing sa passports, di ba? They were selling it left and right na walang resibo. So naglagay na lang ang DFA nung express lane na may bayad, no? So ang point lang naman, ma'am, if you need the extra funds to do a MOA with an NGO, a real NGO, who will take a look and investigate itong mga puno kung talagang meron naman kasi talagang puno na dapat hindi tanggalin, di ba? I mean, as a general rule, the roads are more important, but you do need preliminary investigations because, for one reason or the other, whether it's the ecosystem or history or culture, importante yung puno na yon, di ba? So, I'm not against the DNR having funds from this. Kasi ang nangyayari nga, malakas magbigay yung mga gusto ng illegal, whether sa customs yan, sa BIR, sa lahat ng permits. Pero yung gusto naman ng legal, hindi. And that drives me to the last point of being a defensive player. I remember in college, our professor would always get mad at us kapag maraming absent. And I've always wanted to raise my hand and say, Sir, ba't ka galit sa mga absent? Yung mga present ang pinapagalitan mo. Di ba? So, whether you talk about mining, customs, BIR, permits, ganun minsan nangyayari. Yung mga illegal, ang lalaki ng pera nila, so ang galing nila magpropaganda. Di ba? Yung mga fly-by-night na mining companies, di ba? Kikita ng malaki, may panggastos sila kung sino-sino gagastosan nila para sa PR. Tapos yung mga responsible are left holding the bag and are always defensive, no? So my last point really is more of transparency and the truth, di ba? Kasi kung talagang destructive, the destructive. Kung talagang palpak, de palpak. Kung talagang dapat i-fine yan, isara yan, isara. Pero wag idamay yung mga present dahil galit tayo dun sa mga absent. So thank you for this opportunity to share that, ma'am. And I'm excited and look forward to your inputs and to reading sa news about how you'll push for a better environment for all Filipinos. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. A short manifestation from Senator Go, and then a final manifestation from a question from Congressman Marcoleta. I'm receiving stares from hungry senators. Yes. Oh, Senator Po is online. I'm sorry I didn't were you recognized. Yes, Senator Po.
Before the manifestations, this is just a rejoinder on the question and the line of um, concern of Senator Cayetano with regards to incineration. Um, One of the biggest problems of the environment in our country is really trash. And we know that other progressive countries have found a way to manage it by incineration. Thailand does it, advanced European countries do it too. And not that I'm in support of this at this point, but may I request the good secretary to please submit to us the studies being done by the DNR with regards to incineration, and if I may ask her now if she's open to studying the possibility of having that in our country, because as you see, when we dump trash um, in an open area, that eventually will also seep into the soil, and then sometimes I've also seen that they dump it near beaches, that obviously will go to the ocean as well. So weighing the disadvantage and advantage of that with regard to the environment, may I ask the good secretary what she thinks about uh, possibly having this policy um, in the near future?
Thank you very much, Senator Poe. We see that you're on your way here, but we hear your question earlier. The Secretary mentioned about zero waste, but let the Secretary reiterate her position on the measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Senator. As I mentioned earlier, Madam, the first line of defense would be zero waste. We do advocate that, in fact, we change our habits. We are able to manage our waste properly. We do recognize the issue of landfills not being managed properly. We also recognize the issue of the unavailability of land for such activities. We are open to actually looking into advancements in science and technology, incineration being just one. And so that would be part of our work moving ahead. Madam Senator, we will submit to you our analysis of the different possible technologies that may be, in fact, entertained for the country. But just to reiterate, we do still would advocate for solid waste management through zero waste approaches. But we do also understand that science and technology has moved forward. Thank you, po.
Thank you, Secretary. Just for the record, Republic Act 9003, Ecological Solid Waste Management, institutionalizes segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting, which both chambers approved in 1999 or 2001 and signed into law in 2001 as early as then. And up to 80% diversion of waste can be had if we just discipline ourselves, and it is no cost. Being zero waste is no cost. So only 20% goes to environmentally engineered sanitary landfill. And we in the Senate and in Congress, we can be the examples for 110 million Filipinos if we show how being disciplined at home and at work can really lead to zero waste. And perhaps the DNR, aside from showing science-based technologies which are not harmful to the environment and not violative of laws, can also show us examples of local governments and barangays which are not necessarily wealthy, but actually practice zero waste. There are. So thank you. Did I hear someone? Is it Senator Poe who will speak again? Oh, Senator Go. Yes. Thank you.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Gutom na yung mga nasa harapan mo. Sama ng tingin. Madam Chair, since
Mas okay yung Go Tolentino, Goto. It's already lunchtime.
Gutom na, gutom. Anyway, Madam Chair, since champion naman po si Idol Chito Loyzaga, just like our Madam Chair, Senator Ligarda, another champion of environment, and of course, Senator Villar. Secretary Loyzaga, please champion naman po ng environment sa inyong trabaho. And let me make off record my full support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Antonio Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the DNR. After she graduated cum laude from the Ateneo de Manila University, Secretary Loyzaga equipped herself for public service by taking on a master's degree in government from Georgetown University. Secretary Loyzaga's dedication for the preservation and protection of our environment can be seen through her involvement in various non-government organizations that seek to conserve our natural resources and maintain our country's rich ecosystem, most notably the Manila Observatory, where she served as executive director and was recognized for turning the observatory into a center for disaster science and risk management. Matagal ko na pong kilala si Secretary Loyzaga. Madam Chair, the extensive knowledge of Secretary Loyzaga of the environment, our natural resources, and disaster risk management will surely be beneficial for the country. With that, I reiterate my full support for the interim appointment of Secretary Loyzaga. With your competence, intellect, and vast experience, I trust that our country's interests will always be at the forefront of your work. Isa lang po ang paalala ko po, unahin po natin ang interes po ng gobyerno at interes po ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap. Full support po, Madam Chair, para kay Secretary Loyzaga.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Thank you. Senator Congressman Marcoleta is recognized.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Secretary, gaano po kayo kasigasig sa pagbabantay ng ating mga protected areas? Mga 114 yata ito sa buong bansa.
Sir, thank you po, Sir, Mr. Congressman. I have just been in the position po for 60 days. I plan to visit our protected areas one by one and to evaluate po the level of service in terms of the protection of these areas in the very near future po. Thank you very much, sir.
So ang sinasabi po ninyo sa ngayon, hindi po nyo masasagot sa amin kung anong mekanismo ang ginagawa ngayon para malaman natin na talagang napoproteksyonan ang ating mga protected areas.
Sir, Mr. Congressman, with all due respect, I plan to bring a risk-based assessment tool to each of the protected areas, and this will be a new tool that will be applied to the protected area management system of the department. And so I will not be able to give you po a clear assessment because the risk lens is one that in fact has not yet been implemented across the different department activities. Thank you po.
Mr. Representative Marcoleta, I just want to make a manifestation because we have a protected area in Las Piñas. Every protected area has a protected area management board, composed of local government, tapos DNR, tapos NGOs. So we work together to protect our protected area. So it's well represented. And everyone will have that, I think, the 114 protected area. And of course, we will give a budget to the protected area so they can do something. Thank you very much.
Sorry, yung pong binanggit ni Senator Villar, isa lang. So yung 113, wala pa po tayong alam kung paano natin pinoproteksyonan. Yun po yung sa ngayon, ano po?
No, sir. I would not like to diminish the importance of the BMB and the way they have been evaluating their performance that is also recognized internationally. At this point po, you've asked me personally as to how I will do it. In fact, I plan to introduce the climate and disaster risk assessment lens for all the protected area sites because of their vulnerability to climate change impacts. Thank you, sir.
Kaya ko lang naman po tinatanong yun kung sakasakaling alam na ninyo kung ano yung ginagawa ninyo, kung paano pinoproteksyonan. Ang pangalawang tanong doon, ibig sabihin kung protected area, walang magmimina kahit sino, kahit kailan. Yun po yung itatanong ko sa inyo.
In fact po, in principle, that is the case. Dapat po, wala pong environmental disturbance in that area.
Kaya nga po, no ifs, no buts, walang exemption, basta protected area, yun na yun.
That is the principle po of the protected area.
Okay. Yun naman pong inalienable part ng ating public domain, yung tinatawag nating public land. Pwede po bang magtayo ng housing project doon?
Sir, as far as we are concerned, it is possible po.
Ano po?
Pwede po.
Public land po nang hindi kumukuha ng approval sa DNR, po pwede pong magtayo kahit sino?
Please give me a few minutes po on the technical description so I can actually respond to you in accuracy po. Sir, technically po, as per the team at DNR, agricultural public land is actually usable in terms of housing.
Kailangan po niyong i-convert muna sa agricultural land. Ang pinag-uusapan po, public land. Wala pang conversion, hindi po siya disposable, hindi siya agricultural. Bigla na lang nagtayo ng housing doon. Pwede po ba yun?
When you want to build on a public land, you have to turn into an alienable land. So that is legislation. Di ba? Meron tayong
Yun nga po,
legislation na
ang
ganun.
tinatanong ko sa kanya, public land pa, walang conversion, merong nagtayo, pwede po ba yun? Yun ang tanong lang, napakasimple po nun.
Yes po. So in principle, no, you are not allowed po to erect anything on public land.
So, stricto po ang DNR na hindi pa na-convert, biglang merong nagtayo, lalong-lalo na wala kayong consent, wala kayong approval, may nagtayo po na housing project. Ano po ang status ng housing project na itinayo?
So technically po, it is illegal. The coordination with the LGU is also important po to this process.
Ano pong gagawin ninyo ngayon kung sakali na-determine natin na ganun nga nangyari? Walang pasabi, walang conversion, biglang itinayo ang housing project. Illegal talaga. Ano pong gagawin nyo kung nakatayo na yung housing project?
Sir, the coordination with the LGU is important. However, at this point, that will have to be taken to the courts po.
Ano po yun?
May tinutukoy ka ba?
Sir, this
Ang tinutukoy ko po, merong nagtayo roon. Sa last Congress po kasi, pinaimbestigan ko yan. Barangay Malaubang, Misamis Occidental. Ganun po ang nangyari. At pagkatapos pong maitayo yan, tsaka lang po sila nag-file ng bill, magkaroon ng conversion. Umabot lang po ng third reading yung bill na yon last Congress, pero wala pong nangyari. So sa mga kapatid, salamat po sa inyong pagsasabi na illegal po yun.
Opo, sir.
Hindi po ba yung titingnan yun?
Opo, sir. We would in fact...
Tingnan ko po kayo ng detalya, Madam
Thank you very much
Secretary.
po. Thank you very much. We would very much appreciate that po, and we'll coordinate with you po on this one.
Opo. Ngayon, ano po yung tayo ng DNR kung ang pag-uusapan, ganito na lang. Is the DNR the primary agency in addressing the impact of disaster or calamities in our country? Kayo po ba yung primary?
Sir, when we address the impacts po, we have to define what is exposed and who is vulnerable. So in terms of ecosystems po, the DNR is the primary agency. In terms of people po, the SWD. Thank you po.
So kung halimbawa po ang pinag-uusapan, yung impact po ng calamities sa environment, kayo po ang primary.
Opo, sir.
Okay, salamat po. Can you tell us, for example, lessons from other countries na katulad din ng ating bansa? Maybe they have these good examples kung paano nila na-address po yung mga kalamidad sa kanilang bansa.
Thank you very much for that
Mga
question.
best examples. Meron po ba kayong masasabi sa atin na pwede nating kopyahin? Siguro hindi naman masama kung ang pag-uusap ay pagtatanggol sa kalikasan ng ating bansa.
Opo, thank you very much po, sir. Among the best examples that we have, and we are also already on the way to doing that po, is we need to apply space-based technologies to understand ano pong na-expose the different types of hazards. Meaning po, we use remote sensing, we use satellite imagery, we use ground-based verification, so we can determine which of our ecosystems, whether they be terrestrial, are actually going to be impacted. The use of science and technology po is well known. We are part of several groups already that involve ASEAN countries as well as other countries in the EU and of course in the Americas that use space-based technologies to identify talaga ang mai-impact na different hazards na ito. And this is where the country is well on the way. The DOST is already using these methods. sa kanilang pong tool called GeoRisk PH. It is a geospatial database that is dynamic, and we can actually see and overlay the different types of ecosystems. We are working on this with them. We're using the Philippine Space Agency, kagaya po ng mga ibang bansa, to actually identify which of these areas are particularly vulnerable. I would say po, climate modeling is also one of our strengths. We do have a very good pag-asa as well as the Manila Observatory po. We know that are actually doing climate modeling and weather forecasting already po. Ang medyo po nakukulangan lang po sa atin is in fact this issue of human vulnerability and human ecosystem vulnerability kasi po sistema po siya. Complexity is actually the characteristic ng vulnerability po natin. In the case of human vulnerability, ang mga methods po really need to take up ang tinatawag po nating intersectionality of vulnerability, gender, disability, income, education, seniority po, age. We need to understand how the different social profile of our communities also intersects with the ecosystems. Ito pong type of physical and social analysis, medyo nagkukulang pa rin po tayo. And so we base our work po on the different good examples that have already been put in place all over ASEAN as well as in the EU. And meron na rin po, of course, in the Americas. Thank you po.
Kasi tinatanong ko lang naman, ma'am, kung anong countries ang masasabi mo na pwede nating pagkopyahan. Ano? Napakahaba po sinagot niyo pero wala pong... I wish I can direct your attention to Cuba. Ang Cuba po kasi, Madam Secretary, kasing laki din ng ating bansa. At kapares din ng ating bansa, yung Cuba ay binabayo rin ng napakaraming mga weather systems. Mas malalakas pa nga yun sa kanila, hurricanes. Sa atin, mga ondoy-ondoy, malakas din naman. Ano? Pero ang maganda rito sa kanila, Madam Secretary, na sana mapag-aralan din ninyo, sa kanila walang namamatay kahit isang citizen nila. Maybe there is something so special on how they deal with this na pwede nating magamit sa atin. Malaking bagay po na masave natin ang maraming buhay na nasasawi kapag dumarating ang mga ganitong mga kalamidad sa ating bansa.
Yes po. In fact, if I may add po on the example of Cuba, that Cuba has one of the very best early warning systems po for hurricanes. And in fact po, it is designed to motivate the community to act immediately for early action. There is a program po in Cuba that actually uses the voice of the then head of the nation, Fidel Castro, in terms of broadcasting the warnings to the population. So the social impact of having the voice of the leader of the nation actually is what also has made Cuba an example. Secondly po, in terms of the resilient food systems po ng Cuba, Havana po as the capital of the country, urban centers are required to plant their own food in the city. So they are not reliant on outlying areas for food supply in the case po that there is a disaster. Cuba po is one of the key examples in terms of countries that are in fact applying all of these principles so that their population is quite resilient. Thank you very much po.
Madam Secretary, don't give congressmen and senators ideas about that. We might have to record our voice every time there's a typhoon. Many here are willing to volunteer. Please continue, Sir Rodante. We just time check lang po. I have sessions. We have sessions.
Madam Chair, isang tanong na lang po. Masakit ng tingin sa akin ni Senator Binoy. Gutom na rin po. Alam ko, gutom na rin po siya. Madam Secretary, you disclosed 34 entities in your submitted sworn disclosure of business, financial, personal, and professional connections and interests. Paano po ba ito na paano ba natin sasabihin ito, Mr. President? Kasi kailangan po yata ng mga divestments para sa ganun malinis po, hindi tayo mapag-isipan ng kung ano-ano sapagkat napaka-importante po kasi ng posisyon na itinalaga po sa inyo ng ating Pangulo. So, pwede po ba yung sabihin sa amin para naman mapanatag si Senator Villar?
Inheritance yan. You cannot divest inheritance.
Wala po kasing nakalagay na inheritance dito.
Actually, to add to Secretary, to Senator
I'm
Villar,
talking about 34 entities kasi. Kung ito ay 4 lang po siguro, 34 po ito eh.
Madam Chair, with the permission of my dear friend, Congressman Rodante Marcoleta, I've known their family for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, yung mga kapatid niya ay barkada ng kuya ko. And they're from the Yulo family of Canlubang. Ito po ay isa sa pinakamayaman na pamilya. Once upon a time, I would say top 10 richest families of the Philippines probably in the 50s and the 60s. So may sugar mill pa nga sila eh. So lahat ng mga ari-arian ng mga sugar farms dun all over southern Tagalog was being sent to their Canlubang sugar mill. So they're very wealthy family. So that's why I know there will be no corruption kasi she will never accept a single centavo out of corruption because their family is a family of integrity. Yun lamang po, just for the record. Pero tama yung tanong mo, how do you divest all of this? Pero just for the record also, I want to place that she comes from a very wealthy family. And these are all, none of them of which are ill-gotten. Ano yan, mana from mga ninuno niya.
Okay, with that manifestation of the chair of the Senate President, Congressman Marcoleta, that satisfies your question?
Meron po yata siyang isasagot, ma'am.
Wala na siyang sagot po.
Ayaw mo na sagutin, Secretary?
Hindi, sinagot na po ni Senate President yung kanyang sagot. At ako rin po, mula nung kami 5 years old na prep kami, kilala ko na po siya at naglalaro kami sa bahay niya sa Paco. At alam ko po ang kanyang pamilya at yung 34 na mga kumpanya na siya'y involved ay mana at kanilang mga pamilyang mga korporasyon. In fact, if I may say, that she was reluctant and she was hesitant in accepting the post because of her family businesses, and she had to do a lot of divestment legally. She told me that before she accepted the post.
Sana, Mr. Senate President, nakasama ko sila nung naglalaro sila. Kaso, mas matanda ako ng 3 taon sa kanila, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Yun lang pala ang sekreto para matapos matutukan na po itong mga tanong.
Apoy ang nilalaro mo.
Madam Chair, if I may make the last manifest.
Magtatanong ka pa?
Hindi tanong.
Last na lang po.
Senate President.
Short lang.
Please.
It's public knowledge, kaklase niyo si Loren for purposes of public information. Sino mas mataas ang grade sa inyo?
Si Lauren po.
No further questions.
Ma'am, if I may, Madam Chairman.
Of course, Senate President.
I'm here to support 101% the appointment of our dear friend and colleague in government, Secretary Yulo. Ang akin lang, ma'am, just quickly on the forest greening program. Try to think, and I've been mentioning this in all our budget hearings, go for agroforestry. Because they don't cut the trees if it's durian or if it's mango, they don't cut the trees. But if you plant there some hardwood trees, gagawin po nilang uling yan after 2 years. So just a thought. And of course, Congressman Marcoleta was talking about your properties, your inherited wealth. Pero sa akin, hindi yun ang importanteng factor na bakit buboto ako sa kanya. Dahil ako po ay fan ng Toyota at Ginebra, San Miguel. At ang may bahay po niya, ang kanyang asawa, ay idol ko po. And when I was in high school and in college, I used to watch Mr. Chito Loyzaga. He's here. Please, could you stand, Sir Chito? He's also together with us in the POC. and also a very good sportsman. I thought he would be actually head of the, he was one of the candidates for the head of the Philippine Sports Commission. So, yun lamang po. Gusto ko lang ilagay on the record. Pareho po kami ni Senator Bongo, pero crisp yata yan eh. Hindi Toyota yan. Oh, atoy ko nga pala siya. So yun na po, I move to approve on committee level the appointment of the distinguished colleague, Senator
Madam Chair.
Secretary Yulo.
Thank you very much, Senate President. Do we hear a seconding motion?
Second the motion.
Seconded, duly seconded. We hear the majority leader. Majority leader.
Before we adjourn, time check lang po. We'll have a 30-minute, we have to come back as soon as possible, maybe 15-minute lunch break. And then we'll have to stop at 2 for the plenary action on these gentlemen and ladies. So that's the time check, because we also have to go on third reading approval on several bills on the Senate side. So yun lamang po. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Would
Madam
we
Chair.
from the majority?
Nag-motion na siya.
Yes. Majority.
Anyway, Madam Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
There is a motion to
Second the
recommend
motion.
plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Antonia Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is hereby approved.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Madam Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Kakatuwa kayo.
Motion of the majority.
Commission meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon. Please take your seat. Good afternoon, Senate President, Chairman Mig Subiri, Vice Chair Ramon Gico. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, everybody. The first meeting, Committee on Tourism and Economic Development on the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Tourism and Economic Development. Members, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Christopher Bong Go, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Oscar Oca G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, and Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present and the Senate President is present.
With 14 members present in person, including the chair and members present online, with a total number of 14 members present. The existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Good afternoon. Secretary Frasco, please take the designated seat. Distinguished members of the Committee on Tourism and Economic Development, the Commission on Appointments, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, the committee will consider the interim appointment of Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Revenge tourism could propel the efforts for a rapid post-pandemic recovery in the tourism industry. The feat requires leadership of the department with a good sense of marketing and creativity. Coming from a province known for its spectacular tourist sites and booming tourism industry, Secretary Frasco fits the mold to be at the helm of the Department of Tourism. But before we proceed, may we hear from Secretary Villarica the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements of the ad interim appointment under consideration. Pursuant to the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees and the other pertinent information relative to the appointee. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Frasco, dated 30 June 2022, was received by the Secretariat on 7 July 2022. The same was published in two newspapers of general circulation on 28 and 29 July 2022 and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. Secretary Frasco's appointment was referred to the Committee on Tourism and Economic Development on 23 August 2022 by the Commission Chairperson, Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Secretary Frasco has submitted complete mandatory requirements on 14 September 2022 pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Finally, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, your Secretariat has not received any opposition against the appointee under consideration. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
The Secretary is directed to, by the way, I would like to recognize Senator Alan Peter Compañero Cayetano. The Secretary is directed to please administer the oath to the appointee.
Madam Secretary, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. Mr. Chairman, the appointee is now under oath.
Secretary Frasco, you are recognized. You may now proceed with your introductory statement.
The Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, my fellow workers in government, maayong hapon. My name is Cristina Garcia Frasco. I hail from the province of Cebu, where tourism is the lifeblood of our economy. I have seen firsthand the benefits that tourism can bring to a population, as well as the grave devastation brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the various calamities that have come upon our shores, including the most recent Super Typhoon Odette. Having been mayor of the municipality of Liloan, Cebu, prior to taking the helm of the Department of Tourism, I have also been armed with a perspective, seeing the suffering of those gravely affected by the upheavals upon the tourism sector. I had the full intention of serving out the third and last term as mayor in Liloan, Cebu, until I received the invitation from President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos to become the Secretary of Tourism. Having been versed in his vision for the tourism industry to become a major economic development tool to contribute to the economic resurgence of our country, I fully committed to his vision. Without delay, I immediately engaged in listening tours all over the country, hearing for myself firsthand the challenges faced by various local government units, tourism stakeholders in the public and private sector, and these listening tours I've also taken outside the Philippines in Bangkok as well as in New York. Having listened to these stakeholders, I was made aware of the challenges that the industry now faces in facing the recovery efforts in our country. First is gateway access. Second is a lack of infrastructure. Third is health and safety as well as hygiene. And fourth, of course, is the grave economic impact caused by the pandemic and various calamities. Well aware now of these challenges, we set out in the department to identify 7 main objectives to fulfill the President's vision for the tourism industry. And these 7 objectives under this administration include, first, the improvement of infrastructure and gateway access, the building of roads, bridges, putting up of water systems, as well as the improvement of our airports and seaports to be able to improve seamless travel to and around the Philippines. Second is comprehensive digitalization of our tourism offerings in order to make it as easy as possible for tourists to book their flights and get assistance while they're in the Philippines. Third, the enhancement of the overall tourist experience, recognizing that each and every single step of a tourist coming to and going around the Philippines is important. Fourth, the equalization of tourism product marketing and promotion. We do have identified key destinations around the Philippines that have received much assistance from the department. However, we are a country blessed with more than 7,000 islands, endowed with more than just these key destinations. And it is the effort of this administration to reach out as far as possible to as many LGUs as possible to be able to lend the expertise and funding from the department to develop new and upcoming destinations. It is also the intention of the department to diversify our current tourism product portfolio by pursuing multidimensional tourism, not just to treat our guests in the Philippines to the tourist destination, but also to familiarize them and let them experience the rest of the beauty of our destinations that includes our products, the work of our artisans, as well as artists. In addition to this, we intend to fully maximize the potential of domestic tourism. We have seen from our experience in Cebu how domestic tourism can help support the economy amidst all of the lockdowns. And therefore, we are going to embark on a nationwide heritage, culture, and arts caravan for the purpose of developing the tourist destinations within our LGUs across the country. Finally, my local government experience as a mayor has taught me that the crafting of national policy is one thing, but the implementation of it is quite another. And therefore, we fully intend to strengthen tourism governance by having a strong working and collaborative relationship between the national government, the local government, as well as our private stakeholders in order to ensure that both the crafting and implementation policy is inclusive as well as sustainable. In pursuit of these 7 main objectives, we will employ 3 key strategies, namely connectivity, convenience, and equality. I'm pleased to inform the Commission on Appointments that notwithstanding the fact that I have been at the helm of the Department of Tourism for less than 100 days, in a few days, we will begin breaking ground on no less than 10 tourist rest areas all over the Philippines that will address one of the most basic needs of travel across the Philippines, clean restrooms. These tourist rest areas will provide clean and decent restrooms, a place for our tourists to rest, as well as a pasalubong center that will provide an avenue for our local artists and artisans to sell their goods. This will be done in partnership with the TIAZA as well as our local government units. And for the information of our chairman, the first place we're breaking ground on is actually in Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon. In addition to this, recognizing the tourists going into and around the country may encounter and have encountered challenges while they are here, we are putting up before the end of the year a tourist assistance call center, a number that you can call should you encounter any difficulty within the Philippines. Apart from this, we fully intend as well to continue the close collaboration between intergovernmental agencies. And this is why, without delay, I have already conducted meetings with the Department of Transportation for the purpose of improving all of our gateways across the Philippines, recognizing that our airports and seaports are the first and last impression that we give to our tourists. The first 3 benchmark gateways that we are going to improve in terms of efficiency and aesthetics are NAIA Terminal 2, Cebu City Pier 1, and the Davao International Airport. We have already formed a technical working group for this purpose, and what we have done is to conduct a time in motion study from the time that you arrive to the time that you exit the airport. We are introducing efficiencies to all of the inefficiencies presently present with the objective of uplifting our airports to a global standard, including our seaports as well. We will also present a tacit manifestation of the Filipino brand in these airports to present to our tourists the beauty of the Philippines even as they arrive. In addition to this, I I'm very pleased to inform the Commission on Appointments that recognizing the shortage in employment workforce and the devastation in terms of economic opportunities upon our tourism stakeholders, we have just successfully concluded the very first Philippine Tourism Job Fair in partnership with the Department of Labor and Employment, called the Trabajo Turismo Ascenso. It was held simultaneously in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and it offered no less than 8,000 job opportunities for our job seekers. This then is the beginning of addressing the 12,000 plus workforce shortage as far as the tourism sector is concerned. These are just a few among the many projects that will be implemented under the administration of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, with the full intention not only of reclaiming our numbers pre-pandemic, but exceeding it, knowing fully well that notwithstanding all of the difficulties that our country has faced, all of the upheavals that people have suffered through, none of this has served to dampen the beauty of our natural resources, and none of this has served to diminish in any way the strength of spirit of the Filipino people and the Filipino brand, which we intend to herald under the helm of the Department of Tourism. And with that, honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, I am prepared to answer any and all of your questions. Daghang salamat.
Mr. Chair.
Majority floor.
Yeah. First, we commend our president for appointing local government officials such as Secretary Frasco. Being a local government official myself in the past, I'm sure you share the frustration of an LGU to the national government. Now that you are in the helm of a national government position, you're in a position to attend to the needs of the LGUs, and they can be a strong partner in strongly pushing tourism. Maganda po ang sinabi nyo that you will collaborate with the LGU and the private sector with the national government to boost tourism. You also mentioned among the key strategies, which shows your understanding of how tourism can be an engine of growth. No? Basically, tourism it's not just promotion, it's basically infrastructure. If you will look at the tourism global rankings, Thailand is number 8. But if you will look at Phuket, the tourism number in Phuket is much more than the whole Philippines. Why? Because the Phuket airport is actually bigger than the NAIA. So, my question is, your lofty goals are commendable. You understand the problem, you know the solution, but the limitation of the Department of Tourism really is, it's merely basically a department that is just focused on promotion. You join the fairs, you promote, but at the end of the day, you will be successful in promoting, but magkaroon ng issue ng tanimbala, wasak ang lahat ng promotion. What I'm saying is, you mentioned issues like gateway access, infra health, and safety. But how can you ensure, Madam Secretary, for example, infrastructure? The first and last place a tourist will go to is an airport. But you have to admit, we have to overhaul the airport. The restrooms, the lines. How can you, as a secretary, solve this when that the airport is under the Department of Transportation, DOTR?
Thank you for that question. I do recognize that the traditional view of the Department of Tourism is that it is a mere avenue to promote and market our country, and rightfully so, because first of all, the duty of the department is to ensure that the image of the Philippines is palatable enough to our international tourists to attract them to come to the Philippines. However, coming from local government, I've also recognized the necessity of ensuring institutional strength as far as the department is concerned. And that is why one of the very first things that I proposed upon coming into the helm of the Department of Tourism was simply not to look at the department as a means to promote and to market, but rather to strengthen the industry as a whole, to study what are the pillars of development that need to be addressed and the challenges that have prevailed in the industry for many years but have remained unresolved. Global statistics would have it that in the ASEAN, the Philippines ranks only fifth, sixth, notwithstanding the beauty of our destinations. And the pillars that are present and are used as criteria in these rankings include enabling mechanisms for the conditions of the tourism industry to succeed. These enabling mechanisms include the presence of infrastructure or the lack thereof. And we rank very low in terms of infrastructure. I recognize that infrastructure is not the primary role of the Department of Tourism. It is the jurisdiction of the Department of Public Works and Highways. And that is why we have attempted to coordinate closely with the DPWH as well as our regional offices, specifically to identify what are the infrastructure challenges that are present in terms of our key destinations and our emerging destinations. After having done these consultations with our 16 regions, I presented a proposal as to what are the infrastructure needs of the destinations within our country. On the other hand, as far as gateway access is concerned, I requested and was given a meeting with the Department of Transportation Secretary Jimmy Bautista, which then led to the agreement of the formation of the technical working group, wherein we are now in the process of actually identifying all of the factors that make our airports inefficient, specifically NAIA Terminal 2, which is our benchmark to begin with, and to address the same. In addition to this, we have also already presented to the DOTR all of our suggestions as far as the aesthetic changes to the airport. Notwithstanding the fact that infrastructure and gateway access are not within the primary purview of the Department of Tourism, we fully recognize their importance as far as the success of the DOT. And that is why the effort on my part has been to reach out to these government agencies and to work closely with them. Peace and security is also an essential component of tourism in the Philippines. And that is why I have already reached out to the Department of Interior and local government, first to propose a longer tour of duty for our tourist police, whom the DOT has trained to ensure continuity of service of our tourist police. Second, request for the presence of more tourist police within our key destinations. Third, to include our barangay tanods in the training by the DOT so that we can augment our tourist police considering their limited number. Lastly, as far as health and safety in the tourist destinations, we have already conducted a due diligence of all of our key destinations and emerging destinations to identify which of these areas have existing tertiary hospitals or do not have hospitals or may only have barangay health stations. Having made such identification, then we will be coordinating with the Department of Health for purposes of ensuring an improvement or presence of such health facilities to be able to provide assistance should our tourists be in need of health assistance while they're there. So it's really a whole of government approach in this sense. And I'm doing my best to ensure that I'm able to coordinate with as many government agencies as possible to help us do our job in the Department of Tourism.
Thailand has 39.8 million tourists as of 2019. Malaysia has 26.1. Vietnam, 18 million. Indonesia, 15.5. What's the target of the Department of Tourism on a year-to-date basis, in the next 5 to 6 years? Because before, I understand, ang target was only 3 million tourists. Ngayon ba, ilan na po, Madam Secretary?
The projections of the department in a severe scenario are that we would have 1.7 million tourists by the end of the year. But I come here with the good news that we're looking to exceed this number by the end of the year, considering that as of today, we now have over 1.5 million tourists, far exceeding the projections that we've had. Further projections, yes.
Kasi if you will analyze, no, ano ba ang meron ng Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, na Indonesia na wala tayo? In terms of beauty, I think our beaches, our natural resources are much better. But, you know, balik tayo, we have to admit their infrastructure is much better. When you land in Thailand, when you land in Malaysia, you can go to any destination seamless. Here, if you land in the airport and you want to go to Boracay, Bukidnon, Bicol, there is no linkage. Di ba po? So going back to one of your priorities of infrastructure, how will you manage your preferred tourist destinations if you do not have an infrastructure budget? Kasi I know you're very gung-ho on promoting tourism, but I know your hands are tied in terms of infrastructure. For example, you want to develop a site. How will you fund that?
Yes. Thank you very much for that question. As first, that will allow me to inform the honorable body that prior to taking the helm of the Department of Tourism, after receiving the invitation from the President, I made sure to study our neighbors in terms of their successes and to analyze why, notwithstanding the quality and the beauty of our destinations, we rank only 5th or 6th in the ASEAN. I studied all the national tourism development plans of our neighbors and discovered certain key factors that are present in their countries that have yet to improve in terms of our country. First, the ministries of tourism in our ASEAN neighbors are treated as major departments in these countries, with at least a 40% share in the budget. Presently, the Department of Tourism accounts for 0.0063% of the national budget. Second, the presence of well-developed infrastructure as far as roads, connectivity, and gateways is prevalent in our neighboring countries. These have yet to be developed in our country. Third, the strength of our neighbors is that they have been able to anchor all of their programs and projects on their cultural strength and identity. For example, in Thailand, all of their projects are anchored on the integrity of their finest. And that is why from our end here in the Philippines, we feel that it is high time to herald the Filipino brand. That being said, it's true that the Department of Tourism does not have an infrastructure budget. And that is why in my presentation to the House of Representatives, when I defended the budget before the Committee on Appropriations, I presented the idea of putting up a tourism infrastructure development fund that would allow the tourism department to pursue infrastructure projects, being the agency cognizant of the data about the necessities of infrastructure in our key destinations.
Just to refresh, we in the House of Representatives in the 2022 budget, we want under Bayanihan 2. Sorry. We propose to put 10 billion as an infrastructure program under TIESA for tourism. Unfortunately, hindi natuloy, no, because we really feel that infrastructure is the main key, no. Kasi if you will analyze talaga, for example, Malaysia, what is their best beach destination? Langkawi. But if you will compare Langkawi to our top destinations, wala po silang sinabi. In Indonesia, the top destination is Bali. But if you will look at their beaches, it's nothing compared to our second-rate beaches even. It's just the infrastructure. If you will analyze Thailand, they have Phuket and other destinations. But if you look at the fineness of the sand, mas maganda po ang Pilipinas, balik na naman tayo sa infrastructure. The reason I'm saying is this is, I think kailangan talaga for you to succeed is, you know, infrastructure is a key element. As you already mentioned, no? So, sana, yeah, you really, Secretary, you really push for that. As a former LGU, alam mo ang problema, alam mo ang solusyon. And we wish you all the best. We fully support you. See, your husband is my best friend. So you have my vote. And I have a lot more questions. Pasensya na because tourism is really my love, but I will defer to our other members. But we're happy that you're there and sa former LGU. But please don't forget your roots. Everything starts with local. Salamat po.
Thank you very much.
By the way, before Senator Grace po, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator J.B. Ercito, Senator Bongo, and now the floor is with Senate President Mig Subiri.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Mayong hapon sa akong pinalangga na kumadre. It's nice to see you here today. I know you just came from a grueling trip to the U.S. with the President, and that was a very successful trip, I may say. And hopefully you'll have more Filipino Americans or American Filipinos living in America visiting the Philippines. I know it's a big number. One of our top tourists every year are actually returning OFWs. Ika nga, they live in other countries. But it's very obvious that the good secretary knows her wares. She's very knowledgeable about all the topics, even though she's not part of the industry. It's really refreshing to see, my dear colleagues, someone who came from the local government units that represent local government, who promote their own tourism spots, who promote their own tourism programs. And we all know Cebu, because of her mother, our dear Governor Gwen Garcia, is the #1 tourism promoter of our province. And her suroy-suroy sa Sugbu and all the, if it wasn't for the pandemic, the jam-packed Cebu, whenever there's a sinulog, it's the place and destination to be in during, if I'm not mistaken, third week of January. Tama ba yun? Third week of January. So, of course, to celebrate the Santo Niño Festival. But with that said, it's nice and refreshing to see that the president chose somebody from the local government. Usually they get someone from the industry, either a advertising executive like they did before, and or other officers that have, of course, their strengths. But it's nice to see, and I'd like to echo what the good gentleman from Bicol has said, that it's nice to see a member of the local government doing this. And she's not coming out from the cold, ladies and gentlemen. She comes from good stock. And being a mayor herself, very intelligent mayor, and of course, well-awarded mayor. And her mother, as I mentioned earlier, is a good promoter of tourism as well. So I'm here just to manifest my support. I really feel that you will do great for the job. You study hard, you do your complete staff work. It's very refreshing to see someone giving out her plans and proposals without reading them for a change. As we can all see it in her heart. And I know she'll be doing good for the industry. It's a tough job. You know, I pity the last tourism secretary coming out of 2.5 years of the pandemic. When I saw her the last time, she was just, downstruck with so much wasted opportunities. But now we're opening up. And as mentioned by the good gentleman from Bicol, former governor, now Congressman El Rey, we're poised to move forward. Last night, I just want to put on record, I met with the Minister of Finance and Treasury of Hong Kong. He was here because today or yesterday was the day that they opened up Hong Kong to tourists once again without any quarantine restrictions. So obviously everybody now is trying to make a sales pitch. Imagine he was making a sales pitch to me that Filipinos should go to Hong Kong. I was making a sales pitch to him that the Hong Kong people should go to the Philippines and visit us here and enjoy our tourist spots. So it's a mad dash for the finish line. And I hope we can start moving forward quickly because I want to compete with the likes of Thailand, even Indonesia now and Malaysia and Vietnam are strong tourism commons. So you have our full support. We're not here to badger you. I'm not here to badger you. I'm here to support you. It's a very difficult job, but maybe in another forum, maybe during budget season, because we'll have budget, we can discuss some of our proposals that we feel could help you achieve more tourists for our country. So that's all. I just wanted to support my kumadre, and you have my vote, ma'am. Thank you.
Daghan kayong salamat, Mr. Senate President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Senator Grace po, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. I think that you really deserve this nomination. I just have a few observations. As you mentioned, infrastructure is really key for us to be able to boost our tourism industry. Right now, I believe in 2019 or preceding that, our average income from tourists is about 5 to 6 billion, maybe. Whereas Thailand's about 40 billion or more. From our OFWs, we make roughly maybe $28 billion. Can you imagine if we just reach the level of the tourism industry of Thailand, even a little less, maybe less of our people will have to work elsewhere. Now, aside from infrastructure, I think there are just, as a mother, I think there are a few things, kung ano yung kasya sa budget natin, low-lying fruits. You are right, and I'm happy that you mentioned, as basic as the restrooms in our airports, seaports, etc., will signal an image that we can be responsible, we are trusted, we are neat. I think in your case, of course, even if it's within the purview of the Department of Transportation, I know that Secretary Bautista is easy to work with. Perhaps you can assign somebody from the tourism department to spot check regularly all these facilities na hindi tumutulo yung o sira yung tiles. Mura lang naman gawin yun eh. But the signal that gives is a multiplier effect for us in terms of the good image that we want to project. I'm also very happy that you have these tourism centers, I think you mentioned, and you will start in Bukidnon first. Because there, if you maintain cleanliness and you can showcase, the problem is kasi, when you go to a province, you don't know where to go to buy certain souvenirs in some places. I mean, Cebu's lucky, it's easy to find, but in most places, that's not the case. So I think that will also help. And then the hotline that you mentioned. If you have a problem, I think that as soon as somebody lands in the Philippines, they're given that already. These are the hotline numbers provided by the Department of Tourism for, you can call this number anytime. I think that will be much helpful, also reassuring. Now, lastly, I would like to mention that our majority leader here, former governor of Bicol, who's not paying attention right now, is actually one of the examples of somebody who was really promoting his province. In fact, nobody really knew much about Camarines Sur until he came along and branding it Camp Sur, making it hip, like having that, ano ba yan, wakeboarding ba yan? Wakeboarding. In that place. And then later on, inviting the Survivor series to tape or to do their Survivor show in Karamoan ba? So that's also one thing that we can probably do, and this is what I've advocated when I was in the MTRCB. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time, and this was under the concern of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. If the DOT can prepare a book that says, these are the places in the Philippines, which I'm sure you already have. This is the elevation of this area. This is what this can offer. And go to companies like Warner Brothers, Universal, Sony, I don't know, MGM. Just give them a copy of that. And, because of Lord of the Rings, people are going to New Zealand. Because of the beach, people are going to Thailand. That's like free advertising. We had like the Born Identity, which showed the middle of the ocean. They didn't really show much about the Philippines. We should be more proactive, make it easy for them. There's a department, an agency in the UK called Film London. That's why a lot of US movies actually go there because of the tax incentives and also the ease of doing business. So if the Department of Tourism can help also facilitate those that would like to shoot the beauty of the Philippines or to shoot here, I'm sure they'd love it here. So it's almost like a road show to go there and present the beauty of the Philippines. But with all of the numbers, these are the people you call if you want to go to this province, etc., etc. So that's just a suggestion, and also because it's close to my heart, being in once part of the film industry. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to add, thank you, Senator, for bringing that up. No, all the developments we did in Kamsur, unfortunately, there was zero support from the Department of Tourism, and we have the Survivor Series for the past 15 years. It's shown globally, but no Secretary of Tourism has visited Karamoan. Uh, they stay there. There's easily 500 foreign filmmakers in the crew who stayed there for 8 months. So can you imagine how much tourist nights they stay, and the province earns millions from it. But unfortunately, not a single secretary has even given importance to our efforts. Can you imagine if the secretary will support or even show her presence there, how much more how much support we will get? So I'm hopeful naman na Senator Grace and our colleagues na being a former mayor, baka gusto niyo pumunta doon next week, we will invite you and show you the beauty of our Karamuan. Salamat po.
Masarap magluto yung asawa ni Majority Leader.
Thank you. Pogi points.
Congressman Pimentel, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be very brief. Secretary Frasco, usually some administrations crafts a slogan to promote our country. During the time of Richard Gordon or Senator Gordon, it was Wow Philippines. Then it was changed to It's More Fun in the Philippines. Do you intend to retain this slogan, or would you craft another slogan to promote our country?
First of all, I'd like to give credit to the administrations that have pursued It's More Fun in the Philippines, and we thank everyone who has exerted efforts to make this branding campaign very successful for our country. However, considering everything that the Filipino people have been through and everything that the world has been through in the past 2.5 years coming out of the pandemic, upon discussion as well with the President, it is the general notion that perhaps it is time to revisit the branding campaign of the Philippines and to study how it may evolve to reflect the best qualities of the Philippines and the Filipino people, go beyond simply having fun, considering that if we evolve the branding campaign, it will in no way diminish any fun tourists may have in the Philippines. The evolution of the branding campaign will only serve to herald the Filipino brand and to herald to the world the best qualities of the Filipino people. At present, efforts are now being made to conduct such a study on how we can evolve the branding campaign. You can rest assured, dear Congressman, that we will make the process as consultative as possible and consult as well to with our tourism stakeholders. All in all, the objective is to be able to present to the world the best qualities of the Philippines and the best qualities of the Filipino people.
Congressman
Mr. Chairman, just a manifestation based on the questioning of Congressman Pimentel.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Frasco, congratulations on your appointment. But I hope you would reconsider this plan of yours to change again the slogan. Because I think isa yan dun sa reklamo na we keep on changing our slogans. So yung potential market natin abroad, yung parang we were not, hindi sustainable. Tayo lang ata yung country na every 6 years, we try to change our slogan. And with your limited budget, we should also consider the cost. I've raised this issue with then Secretary Teo. And then at the end of the day, they went back to It's More Fun. So maybe you should think this over again. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Sagarbaria, you're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, my Presidente. And you have made mention earlier that you were putting up 11 or 12 sites as toilets, correct? Yes. So this is just a manifestation or suggestion. And in each and every site, incorporate in it, which we can call Tourist Information Assistance Center. In other words, all tourists that goes there, not only to use the toilets or buy salubong, but center which they can ask where to go, what is the best way to go to a certain place. It becomes a tourist information and assistance center because it has been done in other countries and is very successful. You get to know immediately where you want to go, how far from that place to the destination that they want to go, all information that they want, they can get it in the Tourist Information and Assistance Center. That's a suggestion, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. That's all.
I believe Senator Go, Chairman, also would like to give his manifestation of support. Binigit mo sa akin kanina, Senator.
Sabi ko 5 seconds, full support. Yun lang. Full support.
Senator Alan Cayetano.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'll also make it brief and maybe reserve some time during the budget hearing. But, the Bible says we die because of lack of knowledge. And although yung context nun is, how can you have life if you don't know God, di ba? I'm so happy that you're very well studied, not only in experience, but you really made these comparisons. And it'll be an exciting time to not only brainstorm, but to ask these questions during the budget hearing. I just like to double up on the majority leader's statement about the tourism-related infrastructure. That was his, together with some congressmen's idea during the Bayanihan 2. Unfortunately, yung DOT pa ang nag-disagree. Having said that, I have filed the Senate version of creating a Tourism Infrastructure Development Fund. I hope our colleagues will file the same. But I hope lagyan na natin ng bahay dito sa 2023 budget para we can continue. And I just want to give an example. My staff will not forgive me if I don't mention because even as Foreign Affairs Secretary before, minamano-mano ko talaga yung pag-promote sa Pilipinas. And parati kong example sa kanila Oslo. And because if you Google it, and then you show them that you can swim with the whale sharks, parang fascinated talaga, no? And I remember in the Aquino administration, we were asking in the budget hearing kung may pera para sa Oslo, ang sagot, we want to focus on the Boracay's of this world. Eh sabi ko, future Boracay nga yung Oslo Not to mention Dumaguete, Cebu, Bohol already, di ba? I mean, that's part of why you go there to also see some places, yung katabi, yung Santander, di ba? But the whole Cebu in general, in the whole area, no? Unless I'm not updated, but a few years ago, even the landing area and where the CR of sa Oslo is not even owned by government. It's being rented by the local government, no? So I just like to put that on record, Mr. Chair, that it's not only the infrastructure in terms of banyo, roads, pasalubong centers which are needed, but isipin mo to, pag sinabi ng may-ari, gusto ko na magtayo ng hotel dyan, mawawalan ka ng area precisely to promote something that is a unique feature, but it brings in so many people, no? Which I want to go to one item that you have not mentioned, but maybe because of lack of time, we'll discuss it during the budget hearing. One thing that and na-experience ko ng Cebu in the 80s, nung medyo naghirap, Japanese din yung naging turista noon, di ba? Yung yung shopping. What's the real problem with our duty-free? How come we cannot keep up, no? Many of the high spenders, because we're talking here of numbers, so almost 40 million pre-pandemic sa Thailand. Tayo ata, what was our highest? Was it 6, 7 before the...
Little over 8 million.
A little bit over 8 million, no? But you also have to look at their spending, di ba? Kasi although we welcome everyone, of course, the big spenders,
For every 2 or 3 tourists, we create 1 job. But if they spend a lot, then you create more than 1 job, di ba? And ang complaint nila is that talagang pag kinumpare mo sa ibang bansa, naiiwan yung ating duty free. And I heard a lot about that. Now's not the time to go strictly into it. But can you look at it with the same diligence that you've compared, our neighbors and Southeast Asia, etc. No? My last point is foreign relations, which we'll be taking up tomorrow with Secretary Manalo, is not a zero-sum game. It's not like politics that either you win or lose, di ba? It's this party wins or loses. Hindi zero-sum game ang diplomacy eh. So we do have a dispute with Malaysia. Actually, 2 dispute natin sa kanila, Sabah and also features of the South China Sea. Same thing with Vietnam. They have more developed features than China in our own EEZ. But tuloy-tuloy natin silang wine-welcome at nagmamarket tayo na maging turista din natin sila, di ba? So, the same thing sa China. Of the 40 million tourists ng Thailand, 10 million dun ay Chinese. Because the Chinese, mainland, they do group tours. So kung maganda relationship mo at tinutulak din nila para sa atin. So I remember speaking to our military and telling them that their modernization also depends on our funds. And our neighbors are all making money out of tourism. So having a strong military fighting for the West Philippine Sea and doing good diplomacy and having Chinese tourists might seem mind-boggling for a politician who's a zero-sum game, either talo ka o panalo, but not for our economy and not for foreign relations. So I hope the good secretary would be able to do a balancing act of those who are pro-US or those who are pro-China. No, we've seen 2 administrations in the past being accused of being too pro this or pro that. Simple lang solusyon, let's be pro-Philippines. Yeah, you don't have to be pro-China or pro-US as long as you're pro-Philippines. And the more tourists that comes in, the more jobs we will really have. So I look forward to discussing more of this during the budget hearing. And with our colleagues, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senate President, we give our support.
Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're about to wrap up because we have a plenary. But I've heard a lot of LGUs, the word LGU being spoken. I understand Secretary Frasco. Saan po kayo kinasal?
We recently celebrated our 10th wedding anniversary in Tagaytay, Senator.
Tagaytay. I was a mayor in Tagaytay before, and that was really embedded with tourism. Lahat po, tourism. I look at in front of me, accomplished.
Mr. Chairman, I had my honeymoon in Tagaytay.
I understand.
Yes, I invited you. You were there.
Congratulations.
Sorry, not honeymoon. The wedding was in Tagaytay.
Yes,
Sorry.
I was there. Tal Vista. Hindi ko alam. I was there, Tal Vista.
Again, not honeymoon, wedding. I didn't want him near me in my honeymoon.
Seriously, Mr. Chairman, what I've heard a lot is about foreign tourists coming to the Philippines. My idea here, coming from a tourist city myself, and I'm in front of accomplished LGU officials, formerly mayors, vice mayors, governors in front of me. Mascara Festival for Bacolod. Pamaypay ng Caloocan Festival, February 12. Camiguin is Lanzones Festival. And you have Bataan. You have Ibong Dayo ng Bataan Festival. The Banga ng Festival of Bataan. Hindi ko na po isa-isahin lahat yan. Lahat po ito may inputs. So siguro po sa budget hearing or even pre-budget hearing, get their inputs. Your role here, SAN's infrastructure resources would probably to marshal, consolidate all these various festivities going on daily. As we speak, meron po tayo ngayon sa Iligan, D&D Festival of Iligan City. Sa dami po ng festival natin, ang dapat po sigurong bigyan din ng pansin is domestic tourism. Gustong-gusto na po ng mga kababayan nating mamasyal sa iba't ibang lugar. Pumunta sa Camiguin, napakatamis ng lansones. Napakaganda rin po ng mga piyaya na matitikman nyo. Napakasarap sa Bacolod. So, is there gonna be a program when you're at the helm, finally confirmed, for all of this? Ang biro ko nga lagi noon, Mr. Chairman, meron akong isang kausap na mayor, hindi ko nababanggitin. Inimbitahan ako, magsalita ka doon. Sabi ko, anong festival nyo? 1 week to go. Gumawa na tayo ng pangalan ng festival. Anong festival? Marami kami prutas. Gagawin na lang namin Fruits Festival. So lo and behold, nagkaroon ng Fruits Festival. So marshal all of this, consolidate this into a single sustainable program that would uplift the economy as we move out of the pandemic, probably will be your biggest job. Is there anything that you would want to provide this committee, the baby steps that you will be doing after your confirmation?
Yes. If I may be allowed to answer. Yes, definitely, Senator. Had there not been a typhoon, we would have had a tourism industry convergence event this evening, wherein we would have launched our national tourism, heritage, culture, and arts caravan, which we are taking all across the Philippines to be able, first, to help our local government units obtain and gather all the information with regard to their tourist destinations and all the components of these destinations, including products, as well as artists and artisans and their works. Second, to be able to lend the expertise of the department as far as the development of these tourism destinations rather. Third, to be able to help our tourist destinations have an account of all of their heritage, culture, and arts information. And fourth, to introduce into the community culture of tourism, because this is what was introduced to us in Cebu. In the entire province, we have done our work, especially under the leadership of our Governor Gwen Garcia, of accounting for each and every single one of our 44 local government unit municipalities and our 7 component cities. This is what we plan to replicate all over the Philippines, to be able to empower our LGUs through these heritage, culture, and arts caravans, as well as to provide them with a product development manual to give them a guide on the continued development of these destinations. So definitely you can rest assured that the development of our destinations and the consolidation of all of this data and information is something that we will spearhead strongly under the department.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to add, speaking of
if I may
culture,
continue,
sandali na lang.
I still have the floor.
Sorry po.
Last sentence lang po. I fully support Secretary Frasco. We are both faculty members of the University of San Carlos in Cebu.
Yes. Thank you.
Majority floor.
Thank you. Yung ano lang, no, sorry, yung Bicol kasi, especially Nueva Cáceres, is one of the oldest dioceses in the country, including Ilocos Norte, Manila, and Cebu. So when we talk about heritage and culture, we have that. Then when we talk about food, we're very proud that Bicol, our province, has one of our distinctive food. We like, if you say manghang, that's Bicol, and we like nut milk and gata. I just like to express, no, Thailand promoted their culture by putting all over the world Thai restaurants showcasing their culture. When you go to a Thai restaurant in the States, everything's Thailand, right? And you go to a Filipino restaurant, it's Western. Gusto ko lang sabihin kay Madam Secretary that one of the famous dish in Bicol is Bicol Express. And if you go now to a Thai restaurant in Thailand, they have what you call Bangkok Express. So if you don't promote this dish, in 5 years, the whole world will know it as originating from Bangkok. So what I'm saying, as part of your culture food promotion, if you can identify provinces with distinctive food and taste, and maybe we can have a caravan in Manila, all over the world. When you go to the Berlin show, London show, let's showcase Filipino food that is traditionally distinctively ours. Just as a suggestion, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, they're having wala na pong tanong, and I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Maria Esperanza Cristina Padilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Congratulations.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary.
Second.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Maria Cristina Codilla Prasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism.
Temper natin.
Is there any objection?
No objections.
There being none, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Congratulations, Secretary. Lagay mo na, lagay mo na. Ha?
The seventh plenary session of the Commission appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on our minority floor leader, Senator Alan Peter Compañero Cayetano, to lead the chamber in prayer.
Let us all humble ourselves and remember that we're in the holy presence of our Lord and God. The Bible tells us that we do not even know how to pray, and that the Lord Holy Spirit prays and interprets for us. So today, as we humble ourselves, as we exercise our duty of check and balance to make sure that those appointed will be able to do their job, have the integrity, the competence to do it, we humbly ask you, Lord God, for that knowledge, for the wisdom, for continued blessing, Lord, on the staff who does most of the work in the investigations, in the background checks. Lord, we know that it is only you who can really see the hearts of the nominees and the appointees. So we ask you, Lord God, to just lead their hearts, their minds, their actions, Lord, that they may serve you and our country very well. Lord, as we also look into the budget allocations of all of these departments, please give us wisdom, please multiply the resources. We know that you can open the gates, the doors, the windows of heaven, and the resources will come pouring in. Lord, as we do this, we ask you, Lord God, to have mercy and to provide, Lord, for those who were hit hard by the typhoon, Lord. Help us to be able to provide, use us, send us, and use the House of Representatives and the Senate and the executive branch mightily. We lift this up to you and ask for your grace, for your mercy and love. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Francis Chis G. Escudero, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya, Christopher Bong Go, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Lauren Legarda, Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Poe, Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Cynthia A. Villar. The chair is present.
With 21 members present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on September 21, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
There be no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Motion is approved. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, before we take up the ad interim appointments of the different secretaries and recognize the chairpersons, just a reminder, we're doing overtime and it affects the Senate session, so we'll work quickly as possible today. But for the next hearings, we'd like to appeal that we appeal to the Secretariat to make sure we keep it at no more than 3 committees that will be tackling appointments so that we can finish early and we can listen to all the questions and queries of our colleagues. And we'll follow the 5-day rules strictly. So thank you, just for the information of the body.
Duly noted, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Agrarian Reform on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Conrado Masungsong Estrella as Secretary of Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Agrarian Reform, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Makati and Isabela, Senator Nancy Binay, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, with Super Typhoon Karding, the latest but not the last storm to batter our country, agriculture is once again in the spotlight. Even as we are still assessing the extent of damage to the sector, this latest calamity only highlights the need to appoint someone capable to the Department of Agrarian Reform, which plays a huge role in food security and in our efforts to empower our farmers. Mr. Chairman, sa ilang buwan pa lamang na nagsilbi si Secretary Conrado Estrella III sa DAR, ay nagawa na niyang maisulong ang interes ng mga magsasaka. This early in his tenure, Secretary Estrella has already earned admiration for the immediate implementation of the President's order of a 1-year moratorium on payments of amortization and interest for agrarian reform beneficiaries, or ARBs, that would allow farmers to devote their resources to farm productivity. He has also been exerting great effort to dissuade ARBs from pawning off their farms and seeking ways by which they could increase their farms' output. Secretary Estrella was one of the youngest elected congressmen at age 26 when he represented Pangasinan's 6th congressional district in the 8th Congress from 1987 to 1995. As a public servant and as a 3-term representative of Abono Party List, he fought for the interests of farmers and authored measures for their benefit. One of his most notable achievements is the passage of RA 11511, an act amending certain sections of RA 10068, or the Organic Agricultural Act 2010, which aims to strengthen the resiliency of farmers against climate change, improve the financing system for farmers and fisherfolk, and establish instructional gardening programs in elementary and secondary schools in the Philippines. Pamilyar rin ang kumiting ito kung gaano kasigasig si Secretary Estrella sa pagsiguro na tamang tao ang mga itatalaga para mamuno sa bansa bilang miyembro ng Committee of Appointments. At syempre, epektibong motivation din na bitbit niya ang pangalan ng kanyang lolo na si Conrado Lakay Condring Estrella Sr. na siyang nagsilbing unang kalihim ng kagawaran at siyang nagbigay laman sa panawagang Land for the Tillers na buod ng reformang agraryo. Esteemed colleagues, recent studies show that agrarian reform has had a positive impact on poverty alleviation and a crucial element in promoting social equity. The climate crisis we are facing demands urgent action on how we use our resources. To that end, the DAR will play a key role in ensuring that agricultural lands, especially redistributed lands, are not diminished nor converted for other use. Mr. Chairman, just like his grandfather, Lakay Condring, I believe Secretary Estrella can very well help in articulating policy reforms and strategies that address critical land issues vis-a-vis the agrarian reform framework. We need someone who can provide clear insights in providing a comprehensive and integrated approach to poverty alleviation as we focus on preserving the productivity of land resources through better management. In helping the President in his development agenda, we need someone with a strong political will who is prepared to protect our redistributed lands so that these could continue to be utilized to produce food for our people. We need someone who will convince agrarian reform beneficiaries that there is a reward and more importantly, financial gain in farming. We need someone who will champion and promote social equity through genuine transfer of lands to landless farmers. With this, I respectfully recommend that this body give its consent to the appointment of one of Pangasinan's illustrious sons, Conrado Masunsong Estrella III, as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader. Thank you,
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Lauren Legarda to second?
Our distinguished colleague from Antique and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of the Honorable Conrado M. Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Secretary Estrella, in less than 3 months as head of the DAR, immediately looked into the situation of the ARBs, identified the various problems they face, prioritize the steps and actions needed to address these concerns. He facilitated the signing of Executive Order Number 4 that instituted a 1-year moratorium on the payment of land amortization and interest payments of the ARBs, and has been actively engaging with legislators to pass a new emancipation law which would pave the way towards the eventual condonation of ARB loans, thus truly emancipating our farmers from the debt burden which had replaced their bondage to the soil. His extensive background as a public servant since 1980 makes him truly fit for this position. An achiever in his own right, he was one of the youngest elected representatives at the age of 26 during the 8th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines. He also became an active member of the Committee on Agrarian Reform and was one of the recipients of a 10 Outstanding Congressman Award for Rural Development in 1988. As a Bono Party List representative for 3 terms, he championed the interests and welfare of farmers, and he authored legislation focusing on agriculture, agrarian reform, food security, to uplift the lives of our small farmers and rebuild the agriculture sector. His contributions include Organic Agriculture Act of 2010, which promoted the development of the practice of community-based organic agriculture in our country. He proposed measures to strengthen the resilience of small farmers against climate change, to declare November as National Farmers and Fisherfolks Month, to establish the Agriculture Information System in all cities and municipalities, and to provide for a system of redistributing and recycling food surplus to promote food security. With his commitment, his vast experience and strong advocacy to uplift the lives of farmers and to strengthen the agriculture sector, I am certain that Secretary Estrella III can effectively lead the Department of Agrarian Reform and advance the agrarian reform programs towards genuine rural development. Mr. Chairman, it is for these reasons that I support the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of the Honorable Conrado M. Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Senator. To our distinguished Majority Floor Leader, if I may, I'll just make an appeal to our colleagues if they can maybe read partially their speech, and then the rest they can insert to the records for the records of the body. Because looking at the time, it's 3:30. We've eaten into 30 minutes of the Senate session. We still have to approve on third reading very important measures that are pending for BICAM today and tomorrow. I believe the speaker is coming here today, if I'm not mistaken, or tomorrow. So that appeal, I'm appealing to our dear colleagues. Majority Leader.
Yes. Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Cynthia Villar to second?
Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, please allow me the honor and privilege to co-sponsor today the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Honorable Conrado M. Estrella III as Secretary of Agrarian Reform. Due to lack of time, I will just insert into the record my co-sponsorship speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague from Las Piñas. Mabuhay po kayo.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Ramon Gico Jr.
Our distinguished Vice Chair of the Commission on Appointments, Congressman Ramon Monching Guico, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, and my fellow members of the Commission, it is my great honor to support the confirmation of a fellow Pangasense who has the true heart for public service, the underprivileged and the marginalized. Conrad, as he is fondly called by many, I must say, is no ordinary cabinet secretary. His stellar political career, starting from the barangay levels and through successive positions at the provincial, regional, and national levels, is testament of his sterling acumen to listen and know the deepest yearnings of the common tao. Our nominee is dubbed as the darling of the Dar community, not only because of his Hollywood action star, but precisely because of his generosity to use his first salary as seed money to provide educational assistance to finance the college education of the children of his co-workers. I am certain that Conrad at the helm of DAR, the resolve to provide the social justice and to free the farmers from the bondage of land will not remain as elusive yearnings. In fact, he has recently launched DAR flagship special projects, namely value chain boosting, land-based digitalization, and the agrarian reform communities, product development, and standardization registration. The said projects will ensure better opportunities to our farmers in terms of agricultural production and building better market linkage to our agrarian reform. Indeed, our appointee is not just a technocrat, but one with the farmer's heart, the kind of agrarian reform leader we dearly need to ensure a better future for our farmers and agrarian reform beneficiaries. Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, it is for this reason and more than I second the motion for the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Conrado Masongsong Estrella III as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Dante Marcoleta?
Our distinguished gentleman from the party list,
Sagip.
is recognized Congressman Rodante Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. I have a 354-page manifestation of support. But because of your appeal and in the interest of time, I will just request that it be inserted in the record of today's proceedings to serve as a living testimonial of my support to my friend, Conrad Pogi Estrella III, as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reforms. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Johnny Pimentel?
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Department of Agrarian Reform is the government office responsible for the redistribution of agricultural lands in the Philippines. It is tagged as the executive branch duty bound to carry out expropriation of a revolutionary kind. The head of this department should be a public servant who is adept and experienced in serving the Filipinos. Today, before us is Secretary Conrado Estrella, fondly known to peers and colleagues as Secretary Conrad. I cannot imagine anyone else who would be more deserving in fitting to be the head of the Agrarian Reform Department but Secretary Conrad, one who can boast the record of serving the public for 22 years. Secretary Conrad has taken various tours of duty, both in the executive branch and the legislative branch competently. Mr. Chair, I have the honor and privilege to second the motion for the confirmation of Secretary Conrad Estrella. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Pimentel.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative G.P. Padiernos?
Our distinguished colleague, Congressman Pajernos of the great province of Nueva Ecija is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest my full support to the confirmation of Honorable Conrado Masunsong Estrella, my partner in 18th Congress, as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, may I just request that the rest of my manifestation of support be read in the records. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, sir.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Jingoy Estrada.
The distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, Senator Jingoy Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Due to lack of material time, I would like to support the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrad Estrella, Secretary Yulo, Secretary Cristina Frasco, and
All the generals.
Omnibus. And I would like to insert all my sponsorship speech into the records. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Senator.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Christopher Bongo.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao, Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Mr. Chair, 5 seconds lang binigay sa akin ni Mr. President. I take the floor to second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Conrado Estrella as Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Secretary Estrella, unahin niyo po yung kapakanan ng ating mga kababayang mahirap, mga farmers. Full support, Secretary Estrella. Congratulations.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bongo.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Abet Garcia.
The distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bataan, the historic province of Bataan, is recognized, Congressman Garcia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Due to the interest of time, and I know the Senate and the CA is working overtime already, may I ask that my seconding speech be inserted to the records? And may I just add that our Secretary Conrad Estrella is a good friend to many of us. I was a neophyte congressman when I entered Congress during the 13th Congress, and he was one of the senior, not because of age, but because he started very young. He took me under his wing, gave me a lot of advice, which I used, that up to now is being effective in my career as a public servant. He's done a lot of great things for the agriculture industry, especially for our farmers. With that, it is with great pleasure that I second the nomination of Secretary Conrad Estrella. Thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Greg Casadaya.
And I believe also after that, Senator Tolentino would like to also be recognized. Congressman Greg Casataya of the City of Smiles, Bacolod City is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Considering our situation, I just manifest that my speech formed parts of the records of the commission appointments. And very briefly, knowing our good secretary, a colleague in the Nationalist People's Coalition, and we were together in the 17th and 18th Congress. And coming from a city and province with the most number of ARBs and thousands of hectares of land under agrarian reform, we believe that with his leadership, our concerns in the province and the city will be addressed, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Salamat.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Francis Tol Tolentino.
A distinguished colleague from Tagaytay City, the city where I had my wedding. Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I associate myself with the previous statements coming from our colleagues. The initial twin moves of the nominee shows his heart. First, he was the one responsible for the moratorium, the payment moratorium of the agrarian reform beneficiaries. Second, his first salary was given to scholars coming from within his department. Indeed, it shows his heart. Another item, Mr. President, which I'd like to share is that we share a common relative, Colonel Masongsong. The middle initial of the nominee is Masongsong. Colonel Masongsong is my father's cousin. Colonel Masongsong is the aide-de-camp of then young officer Fidel Valdez Ramos in Vietnam, serving during that PhilCAG days during the Vietnam War. It again shows that our nominee is brave. With the heart and bravery, I think he can steer the Department of Agrarian Reform into greater heights. I second the motion, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Tolentino.
Mr. Chair, the leadership of the DAR will be in good hands under Secretary Estrella. Masipag, magaling, mabait. On the part of the majority, Mr. Chair, we support the ad interim appointment of Mr. Conrado Masongsong Estrella as Secretary, Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, on the
Senator
part of the
Cayetano.
minority, wala na po akong magagawa dahil yung dalawang miyembro ng minority ay strongly in-endorse ang ating secretary. And with the secretary's commitment to stamp out graft corruption in the department and to really make it more effective and efficient. So today, hindi lang ang mga general na bago ang uuwing may Estrella, pati po ang Department of Agrarian Reform ay uuwing may Estrella na rin po.
And if I may, Majority Leader, before I make the confirmation, many of you don't know this, but as a first termer, when we came together with Alan Cayetano and the other members that were here, the 1998 in the 11th Congress, he was head of NEA, National Electrification Administration. He went to the province of Bukidnon. We went to a kasulok-sulok, talagang malayong barangay na walang ilaw. Dahil switch on po naming dalawa. Pauwi po kami doon, may nakita po kaming babaeng buntis at manganganak na. And me and Conrad Estrella, we were just in a pickup. We took this lady, put her behind the pickup, and lo and behold, she gave birth in front of us. Naging ninong pa kaming dalawa. And right there and then he gave a good donation to that lady. She's of course marginalized person na nangangailangan ng tulong. Diyan ko nakita yung puso ni Secretary Conrado Estrella III. Kaya I know in his heart he will continue the social justice programs for our farmers. And with that, no other members are going to object to his confirmation. And we would like to congratulate the Mr. Pogi of Pangasinan, now Mr. Pogi of the Department of Agrarian Reform. There being no objection, the ad interim appointment of Conrado Masongsong Estrella III is hereby confirmed. Congratulations, sir. Please proceed, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, Senator Lauren Legarda, be recognized.
Our distinguished chairperson of the committee, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, today I have the honor of sponsoring the nomination of Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. As DNR Secretary, Ms. Yulo Loyzaga seeks to promote a regional technology and science-based approach to disaster management, as well as the development of climate-resilient communities and an accounting of the country's natural resources. Using the proposed Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, or PENCAS, that I introduced under Senate Bill number 9. The collected data and information will provide Ms. Yulo Loyzaga and other decision makers a clear picture of our investments in natural capital and encourage them to make policies that develop and use these assets sustainably. A true champion of the environment, she has consistently demonstrated her dedication and expertise in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation and mitigation. She graduated with Latin honors from Ateneo de Manila University with a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. She attended Georgetown University in Washington, where she received a Master of Arts in Government. For 9 years, Ms. Yulo Loyzaga also led the Manila Observatory as its executive director. She served as a member of the Science Advisory Board, Integrated Research on Disaster Risk International Center of Excellence, where she worked to advance scientific research in climate and disaster resilience through research collaboration and partnerships. Ms. Yulo Loyzaga has also played a vital role in mainstreaming disaster risk reduction and climate action across business and industry, encouraging the private sector to promote business continuity planning in their operations. From her work with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, DRR, formerly ISDR. Asia Pacific Science and Technology Academia Advisory Group, APSTAG, where she led the work theme on education and training for UNDRR Arise Philippines. What's more, she has co-authored studies on household resilience to flooding in Metro Manila, drought and urbanization, and housing and informal settlements. Ms. Yulo Loyzaga previously served as a president of the National Resilience Council, while she worked on the implementation of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Climate Agreement. She also served as a technical advisor for the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, a senior advisory board member for the Armed Forces of the Philippines Command and General Staff College, my alma mater, and a trustee and treasurer for the Forest Foundation, Philippines. Distinguished members, nothing is more fundamental than this. All economic wealth comes from nature's provisions. Ms. Yulo Loyzaga's body of work has been aimed at protecting and working with nature as it protects and supports all of us. As the Philippines strives to further strengthen its holistic, whole of government and whole of society approach to environmental challenges, Ms. Yulo Loyzaga's deep and comprehensive understanding of the interconnectivity between the environment, climate action, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development will be crucial and critical. With our extensive experience and our firm commitment to protect the environment and therefore the Filipino people, she will, without a doubt, be pivotal in leading the department in the implementation of its mandate. I am confident that a DNR under the helm of Ms. Yulo Loyzaga will undertake the most urgent and critical environmental policies and actions to safeguard the environment and develop our nation's resources for the benefit of current and future generations. It is thus my privilege to recommend that this body give its consent to the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Antonia Yulo Loyzaga as a Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. And as I said during the hearing, hindi ko po akalain na ang aking prep na kaklase at kalaro ng grade school at kaklase hanggang high school at kaibigan hanggang ngayon at kartabaho sa pagtanggol ng kalikasan at isang climate champion at DRR champion din ay magiging katuwan natin lahat sa pagsagip ng ating inang kalikasan. I so move, Mr. President, my honor, my pleasure. I'm so happy to nominate and to sponsor my friend since we were 5 years old, Secretary Antonia Yulo Loyzaga.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize to second Senator Cynthia Villar.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Villar, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointment, I have the honor to co-sponsor the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Antonia Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. She is really a family friend. Due to the time limitation, I will just insert into the record my co-sponsorship speech. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po, Senator.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Ramon Gico Jr.
Our distinguished Vice Chairman of the Commission on Appointments, Congressman Monching Guico, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, our appointee is an accomplished professional and has a very sterling career in the private sector. I can only imagine the trouble, if not the pain, our appointee went through in deciding to give up her career, just heed the call of public service. That in itself is a remarkable feat worth emulating. A true green warrior, Secretary Tony Yulo Loyzaga has been recognized and cited locally and abroad for her works pertaining to climate change, sustainable development, disaster risk reduction and disaster resilience, urban transformation, flooding, science and technology. With, with her expertise, solid connections to the scientific community, and her wealth of experience, Sec Tony is indeed a welcome breath to fresh air in the DNR, especially at this opportune time as we recover from the pandemic. Her successful track record in working both with the public and private sectors will surely serve her in good stead of her post. Let us therefore support Sec Tony as she charts our nation's natural wealth and resources to responsible development, recovery, resilience, and sustainability. Mr. Chair, I second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of Maria Antonia Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chair. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Abet Garcia.
Distinguished gentleman from Bataan, Congressman Abet Garcia is recognized.
Thank you once again, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, again, in the interest of time, I would just like to request that my seconding speech for Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loyzaga be inserted in the records. But let me just say, Mr. Chair, that Ma'am Tony, as we fondly call Secretary Loyzaga, worked very hard together with the province of Bataan, even during the pandemic, to come up with our SIDRA package. This is the Climate Disaster Risk Assessment Package for the province of Bataan, where many scientists made their contributions. And when Ma'am Tony was at the helm of the National Resilience Council. This package will now serve as our blueprint for our journey towards a greener, safer, and more resilient province. And now, when Secretary Loyzaga is confirmed, we will continue the journey. And Bataan can be the proof of concept for other LGUs to follow if they so desire. With that, Mr. Chair, it is a great privilege for me to second the confirmation of Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loyzaga. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Lani Mercado Revilla.
The distinguished lady Congresswoman from the great province of Cavite, Congresswoman Lani Revilla Mercado is recognized. Or Mercado Revilla, rather, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would just like to submit my manifestation of support to this august body as I second the nomination and the confirmation of Secretary Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as our 33rd Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DNR. I know her expertise will help us all in preserving Mother Nature. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Sagar Barria.
To the distinguished gentleman from the beautiful city of Dumaguete, Congressman Chiquiting Sagarbaria is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Due to the lack of material time, just give me less than a minute. You see, this is going to take less than a minute. Mr. Chair, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. Today, I have the honor to express my full support on the confirmation of Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Much has been said about Secretary Tony. Her background and experience are commendable. Indeed, there is no other better in the post than a passionate and dedicated green warrior. Having said that, Mr. Chair and fellow members of this commission, I hereby second the motion for the confirmation of my dear friend Maria Antonia Tone Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the majority, we fully support highly qualified nominee to confirm the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary, Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the minority, we support the confirmation of Secretary Tony Loyzaga.
And if I may, as a fellow eco warrior, I would just like to say, reading the credentials very quickly, Your Honors, member Future Earth Global Secretariat, member Forest Foundation Philippines, Director of United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, headed the Manila Observatory, President of the National Resilience Council. She's obviously another green warrior, an eco warrior we can be proud of. She has the environment in her heart, but sustainability in her mind. And so with that, without further ado, there being no objection to the appointment, ad interim appointment of Miss Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loyzaga as Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, she's hereby being confirmed. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Tourism and Economic Development on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary, Department of Tourism. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Tourism and Economic Development, Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, be recognized.
The distinguished gentleman from Nueva Ecija, Congressman J.P. Padiernos is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, a pleasant good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to endorse the confirmation by this Honorable Commission of the ad interim appointment of Honorable Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. At this time, when our country's tourism industry is trying to get back up from the devastating effects of the pandemic, we need someone at the helm of the Department of Tourism who can steer it with a clear vision and roadmap not only to attract tourists to pre-pandemic levels, but to exceed the same. Secretary Frasco fits the bill quite well. She has proven herself to be well-equipped in terms of experience, qualification, and distinction. She prepared herself early, starting with her academic training. She completed her elementary education with highest honors and graduated salutatorian on her high school class. She earned her bachelor's degree in legal management and her Juris Doctor degree both from the Ateneo de Manila University. Prior to her stint in public service, she was already an accomplished lawyer, focusing in international arbitration and commercial litigation, while simultaneously teaching international law in both the University of San Carlos and University of San Jose Recoletos. Secretary Frasco is a member of a family of public servants. Her father is a former representative of Ormoc City, Leyte. Her mother, Gwendolyn Garcia, is the incumbent governor of the Cebu. Her spouse, Vincent Frasco, Duke Frasco, is the representative of the 5th District of Cebu and a deputy speaker of the House. Her brother, Pablo Jan Garcia, is the representative of the 3rd District of Cebu. Her first cousin, Pablo Jan D. Garcia, is mayor of Barili, Cebu. And her cousin-in-law, Alju Fernando J. Frasco, is now the mayor of Liloan, Cebu. Secretary Frasco was exposed early on the various cultural and socioeconomic conditions in the grassroots level. She started as the consultant of the Office of the Governor of the Province of Cebu in 2003. This experience helped her when it was her turn to assume a greater role in public service. She first served as mayor of the municipality of Liloan, Cebu, when she relentlessly led innovative programs that fostered Liloan's development towards resiliency and sustainability. She also pursued the implementation of infrastructure projects, educational support, and social protection programs that elevated the quality of life of the people in her municipality. During her incumbency as mayor, she was elected as the first woman president of the League of the Municipalities of the Philippines, or LMP, Cebu chapter, and subsequently as national vice president for the Visayas of the LMP. Her leadership earned Liloan several awards, including the top model municipality from the Manila Times in 2019 and the most competitive municipality in the Philippines on the aspect of resilience from the Department of Trade and Industry. On the top of this, Secretary Frasco herself was granted the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Regional Award by the Civil Service Commission and was cited as the top-performing mayor in Region 7 by the RP Mission and Development Foundation survey last 2021. Among Secretary Frasco's many legacies as mayor of the municipality of Liloan is 4 consecutive years of an unqualified opinion rating from the Commission on Audit from 2017 to 2021. This is a strong affirmation of her integrity and transparency as a public servant. The trust and confidence reposed on her by her constituents who elected her for a third term as mayor could have made her stay in Cebu. However, upon the call of the President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., she accepted the challenge and took the heavier responsibility of becoming the Secretary of Department of Tourism. Less than 3 months since she assumed her post, Secretary Frasco has already laid out clear and promising programs that will not only allow for the recovery of the tourism industry, but also strengthen the position of Philippine tourism on a global scale. Remarkably, her ideas and insights are a product of her listening tours, a series of meetings that she conducted with key tourism stakeholders to identify their concerns and encourage their active participation in the recovery process. She plans to focus on farm tourism and continue the programs which already working and with which she is familiar with. Her aim is to enhance tourism experience as well as increase the livelihood and economic opportunities of tourism workers. Foremost in her objective is to promote and develop tourist destinations across the country. Secretary Frasco is characterized by sources as a confident, intelligent, reliable, down-to-earth individual. Secretary Frasco is indeed a valuable addition to the executive department and, without doubt, a great asset to this administration. Our country deserves nothing less but a person bestowed with passion for the tourism industry and love for the country. Mr. Chairman, the Committee on Tourism and Economic Development recommend and I move that the Honorable Commission on Appointments confirm and approve the interim appointment of the Honorable Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as the Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Ramon Gico Jr.
Our distinguished Vice Chairman of the committee, Congressman Monching Guico, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the Commission, this representation would just like to spread into the records of my support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. The department has been traditionally a home to secretaries with great looks and brains combined. Our appointee, I must say, perfectly fits that molds of beauty, brain, creativity, energy, and charm, qualities which our tourism department need as we bounce back from the pandemic. With her commitment to pursue the tourism program, I look forward to her close strategic coordination with the national and local offices, including the private stakeholders. I believe she will ensure the equal promotion and development of all the tourist destinations across the country. Madam Secretary, sana mas lalo nyo pa po ma-promote din ang mga tourist spots ng norte which are equally beautiful to those in the south. Without further ado, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, it is my honor to second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat kay Congressman Guico, who comes from the land of the 100 islands, the famous 100 islands of the Philippines.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Lauren Legarda.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Antique and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been asked by the Majority Leader not to read my speech, and so I would have wanted to read it. She's so special to me. She's my inaanak. She was my former campaign spokesperson. She is a dear family friend. She's the youngest member of the cabinet and a woman at that, and an outstanding person with a great mother like my comadre Gov Gwen. But I've been appealed to by the Majority Leader not to read my lengthy speech of commendation. I would therefore have to abide and request that this be inserted into the record.
Maraming
I
salamat.
love you, my dear Secretary Cristina Frasco.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Abet Garcia.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Bataan, Congressman Abet Garcia, is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Again, may I just request, Mr. Chair, that my seconding speech for Secretary Frasco be inserted to the records. But let me just say, Mr. Chair, as fellow public servants, we all know that all politics is local. And we must also know that tourism is also local, especially in a beautiful country like the Philippines. And I'm happy that Secretary Frasco comes from the local government, being the former mayor of Liloan, Cebu, and coming from the tourism province of Cebu. Kaya sigurado na intindihan niya po ang mga local destinations na talagang dapat i-promote. And this will create jobs and benefit our people with better lives. With that, also to mention that the husband of the secretary is our deputy speaker and a party mate as well, namin ni Majority Floor Leader. Kaya it is with great pleasure that I second the confirmation of Secretary Frasco. The new face and voice of our tourism, we're in good hands. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Lani Mercado Revilla.
Our distinguished colleagues, Congressman Lani Mercado Revilla is recognized.
Salamat po. Magiging secretary rin ako. Salamat po, Mr. President. I will be abiding with the request of our Majority Floor Leader and will be submitting my secondary speech to this August body. And I would just like to commend our beautiful secretary. Beauty and brains rolled into one, and I truly believe she is the perfect Secretary of Tourism as we embark in opening our doors to tourists, local and international. I second, Your Honor, the interim appointment and confirmation of Attorney Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco, our 21st Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Thank you.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Bongo.
A distinguished colleague from the city of Davao, Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Mr. Chair, another 5 seconds. Allow me to make off record my support and further to second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Cristina Frasco, my fellow Bisaya, as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Di ko po palalampasin ito. Congratulations and full support.
Maraming salamat, sir. That's 30 seconds. But thank you po.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria.
The distinguished gentleman from the city of Dumaguete, Congressman Sagabaria is recognized.
Again, Mr. President, due to lack of material time, this is going to take no less than a minute. No more than a minute, going to say. Mr. Chair, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. Today, I have the honor to express my full and unwavering support on the confirmation of Maria Esperanza Cristina Garcia Codilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Much has already been said about Secretary Frasco. Her experience in government, coupled with her heart to serve the Filipino people, prove her fit for the position. On a personal note, she is a relative of my wife. Now, having said that, Mr. Chair and fellow members of this commission, I hereby second the motion for the confirmation of Attorney Cristina Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the majority, we fully support the confirmation of Secretary Frasco. Maganda ang hangarin, magaling, the husband of our Deputy Speaker, my party mate, Duke Frasco. The tourism industry will be in good hands under Secretary Frasco. On the part of the majority, we support the ad interim appointment of Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary, Department of Tourism.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the minority, we support the confirmation of Secretary Katrina Frasco.
Thank you. And if I may, just less than 30 seconds. The good secretary's beauty and brains personified with public service in her heart. And I'd like to say that she's bringing to the department her stock knowledge of, as a mayor of the beautiful town of Liloan and the beautiful province of Cebu, whose lifeblood is tourism. Tama po sinabi ni Congressman Abet Garcia, she comes with that stock knowledge, with taglines of Cebu, Suruy-Suruy Cebu, which actually means come visit all over Cebu. And that was a local tagline to promote local tourism. And of course, the world-renowned Sinulog Festival. If you ask me, the department is in great hands. And there being no other members who wish to manifest, there being no objection as well, the ad interim appointment of Ms. Maria Esperanza Cristina Codilla Frasco as Secretary of the Department of Tourism is confirmed. Congratulations, Paul. Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense on the ad interim appointments of the 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There be no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative J.J.M. Romualdo, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the beautiful province of Camiguin. And I hope that the Secretary of Tourism, Secretary Frasco, will give also a long look at the beautiful province of Camiguin. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, good afternoon. But before that, I'd like to congratulate our 3 newly confirmed department secretaries. This representation as chairperson of the Committee on National Defense presided over a public hearing this morning to deliberate on the 63 ad interim appointments of the general, flag, and senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Your committee, after deliberating on their qualifications and fitness during the public hearing, determined that they are fit and qualified to be promoted to the ranks where they are appointed, and therefore ruled to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm their ad interim appointments. Mr. Chair, I move that the Commission confirms the ad interim appointments of the 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Gabriel C. Viray III to the rank of Major General. Don Anthony L. Miraflor to the rank of Rear Admiral. Joannis Leonardi B. Di Maano to the rank of Major General. Carlo V. Lagasca to the rank of Commodore. Jose Demar A. Pauli to the rank of Brigadier General. Giovanni T. Franza to the rank of Brigadier General. Francis Marlon S. Wong to the rank of Brigadier General. Llewellyn S. Banaag to the rank of Brigadier General. Romeo Jerome M. Dirilo Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Vicente Mark Anthony P. Blanco III to the rank of Brigadier General. Socrates M. Daza to the rank of Commodore. Doroteo Jose M. Halandoni to the rank of Brigadier General. Lawrence A. Naldoza to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Cesar Almer E. Candelaria to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Nerio C. Sabala to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Farah Krishna A. Candelaria to the rank of Colonel, Corps of Professors. Marita Rodora C. Penequito to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Leonor M. Bernabe to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Nanette C. Provido to the rank of Colonel, Medical Administrative Corps. Amador M. Ragotero Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. May E. Argamosa to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Maria Cristina V. Villarias to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Ami T. Fadirogao to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. John Ronald A. Mangahas to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Loyzaga C. Cassis to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Primo E. Tavares to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Romeo C. Maranya III to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Alexander B. Ogoy to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines. Tertuliano L. Pingal Jr., the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jose D. Taniegra to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Primo C. Dakyawag Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Romel M. Pereña to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army, with a request, Mr. Chair, for waiver of personal appearance. Roberto C. Go Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Randy L. Pagunuran to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. John P. Andrada to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alexander M. Arbolado to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Wilfredo B. Manalang III to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Maria Victoria I. Blancaflor to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Rodrigo A. Marinas Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Aldrin F. Orihudos to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Michael R. Lemmy to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Giovanni C. Bermudo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Carlo A. Ferrer to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Manuel S. Valdez IV to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Raimundo D. Rosario to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jose P. Navarro Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Nida V. Quaresma to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jeffrey A. Villarosa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ray C. Tiongson to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Oliver C. Alvior to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Edralin L. Poblete to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronald Alex G. Asuncion to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Benedicto J. De Vera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronnie M. Begondula to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Lourdes O. Guevara to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Lee M. Sarpamones to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jerry C. Paneda to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jason M. Saldua to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emmanuel J. Hermosilla to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ralph C. De Mesa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Renato N. Narag to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Francis Raymond Martin B. Yulo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines, Reserve. Not the last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, our colleague in the House of Representatives, Steve C. Solon, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines, Reserve. So, I so move, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Lauren Legarda to second.
Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tem, the member of this commission, Senator Legarda, is recognized.
Yes, I would have wanted to read again my co-sponsorship speech to honor the 63 women and men of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, but our majority leader appealed to me not to read my speech. I will post it or give them a copy of this. Thank you, Mr.
We
President.
could insert it into the records of the commission. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Representative Ramon N. Gico Jr.
To the distinguished Vice Chairman of the Commission of Appointments, Congressman Ramon Munching Guico is recognized. The home of the 100 islands.
Just 20 seconds. Mr. Chairman and fellow members of this august body, we owe our safety and the peace we enjoy to these gallant and brave women and men with us today. I pray for your safety in your daily undertakings. I pray for lasting peace and the end of insurgency in our country, keeping in mind the thoughts from General Douglas MacArthur, who once said, "The soldier above all others prays for peace, for it is the soldier who must suffer and bear the deepest wounds and scars of war." At this juncture, Mr. Chair, may I convey my admiration to the officers for confirmation today. For the information of the body, 18 officers hail from the North Luzon regions, land known for our bravery and dedication to service, 6 of which are from Pangasinan, namely Brigadier General Giovanni Talino Franza from Malasiki, Commodore Carlo Balintos Lagasca, AFP, Santa Maria, Pangasinan, Captain Ludigar Casis, Philippine Navy from Anda, Colonel Alexander Ugoy, Philippine Marines from Mangaldan, Colonel Benedicto de Vera, Philippine Army from Dagupan City, and Colonel Raimundo de Vera, Rosario, Philippine Army from Dagupan. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, I take this pride and honor in seconding the motion to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines under consideration today. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Bongo.
Senator Bongo of Davao City is recognized. 10 seconds, sir.
Sir, 63 seconds to. 63 sila. Mr. President, I stand to second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 63 general and senior officers standing before us today. As Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense, I express my deepest support for their appointments and extend my profoundest appreciation for their service and sacrifice. Hindi ko pwedeng palagpasin ang pagkakataong pasalamatan kayo at ipaalam sa inyo na ipinagmamalaki namin kayong lahat. Muli, lagi nyo lang tatandaan na isulong at unahin ang kapakanan ng taong bayan, ng gobyerno at ng bandila. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, full support po ako parati sa inyong lahat. Nabanggit po ni Congressman Guico kanina, isa-isa. Gusto kong banggitin sa lahat sila. Pwede bang, sino po yung mga mababait sa inyo? Tumayo kayo.
Lahat.
Siyempre.
Mababait nga. Salamat po, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the majority, we fully support the confirmation, the ad interim appointments of the 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines who sacrificed their life to ensure our safety, security, upholding the Constitution for love of God and country. So move.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the minority, we support the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
And if I may, Majority Leader, I would like to thank the brave men and women of the armed forces for your selfless service to our people and to our country. In times of great peril, you stand strong and steadfast at the front lines, ready to risk life and limb for our safety and protection. Kaya saludo po ako sa inyong lahat. To our 63 appointees, my warmest congratulations. You are shining beacons of courage, commitment, and patriotism. And we are deeply grateful for each and every one of your service. So with that, without further ado, there being no objection, the ad interim appointments of 63 general, flag, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines is hereby confirmed. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, before we adjourn, may we recognize Senator Alan Cayetano?
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Cayetano, is recognized.
Just on other matters, if we look at the time, it's 4:31. Our session was supposed to start at 3 o'clock. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang House of Representatives at 3 o'clock then. You know, if you listen to the way Secretary Frasco and Secretary Loyzaga answered the questions a while ago, it was a real pleasure. We could spend days conversing with them, getting their ideas. And because of social media, and of course, traditional media, our journalists are here, people will hear about what they want to do, their qualifications, the integrity, what this administration is about. But let me be honest with everyone here and my dear colleagues, sana hindi tayo ma-offend, no? May nagtanong sa akin na isang pinagkakatiwalaan ko, someone I trust, and said na, "Sir, rubber stamp ba ang CA?" Sabi ko, anong ibig niyo sabihin? Sir, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 3 sekretary sa isang araw, tapos tinignan ko po yung schedule natin. Tomorrow, Secretary Manalo, Secretary Pagdaganan, Secretary Bunoan, Secretary Tulfo, 4, plus 23 from the Department of Foreign Affairs, plus sa JBC. So, nung sinagot ko po yung taong yon, sabi ko, alam mo, marami kasi sa mga na-appoint, years na rin naming kilala. Public record, yung kanilang nagawa, yung integrity, and to give credit where credit is due, we have an amazing secretariat. Grabe po yung lalim ng investigation. But let me also be honest, no? If you look at the schedule of the Senate tomorrow, 15 agencies po ang schedule natin sa budget hearing, including the Office of the Vice President, the Department of Education, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Ang iimportante po nito, and alam din ng mga kasama natin sa House dahil puyatan na rin sila sa budget hearing nila, no? The point is, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, let's not take away from our nominees and from our people the privilege and the honor of getting to know our nominees, our appointees better. If all of us had the brains, the talent, and the time of Congressman Marcoleta, kasi siya lang po atang nakakabasa nung lahat nung investigation report, more than 100 pages. Kaya ata nawawala ngayon, nagbabasa ata ng investigation report para bukas, no? But pwera po biro, Mr. Chairman, I know because I was in that seat. I think I hold the record na pinakamabilis na na-appoint. And because of, friends like you here in the Commission on Appointments na waive yung mga documentary requirements. And sino bang sekretaryong ayaw ma-appoint ka agad? But baka naman we can do what? 2? Or kung more than 2, sabihan na sila para hindi mamapaya na nandun ang pamilya nila that we'll start it na, pero hindi pa namin kayo ko-confirm today. Kasi tao din po tayo, and that's what I want people to understand. Siyempre, may pressure din sa'yo na tapusin na, di ba? Because they have to go to work. And the last point I'd like to make, no? I'd like Secretary Tulfo to be confirmed. But kung pang-apat siya bukas, at grabe ang nangyari sa Central Luzon, hihilahin natin siya. Kung ikaw ang secretary, siguro hindi mo naman choice pag sinabi mong schedule ka na bukas, gusto mo rin ma-confirm, baka magalit pa tayo pag hindi pumunta. Pero DSWD is in the middle of all of the rehabilitation and relief work. So I was looking at the schedule tomorrow, Mr. Chair. Ano ba dito ang kailangan mabilis? Well, foreign affairs, mga ambassador, OFWs, siguro kailangan bilisan natin yan. Budget, nasa gitna tayo ng budget hearing, siguro kailangan bilisan natin yan. DSWD, as I said, bilisan at kung itutuloy natin bukas, baka pwede na natin unahin. Pero katulad ng DPWH, hindi ba slow but sure dapat pag infrastructure? So, when we look at all of this, Mr. Chair, we're doing hard work here. I'm not complaining about the amount of work. I'm complaining that baka yung quality of work maapektuhan because the investigation reports are more than 100 pages. At pag sinabay natin dito sa budget hearing natin, apektado talaga tayo. And let me close with what the statement of policy in our very own rules tells us, no? Sabi po sa statement of policy, the Commission, being part of our Republican system of checks and balances, shall act as a restraint against the abuse of the appointing authority, to the end that the power of disapproval should be exercised to protect and enhance public interest. So I do know that in the case of the DFA and the AFP, iba po kasi nga double and check and balance natin eh. They don't get appointed or promoted without going through a rigorous process in their departments and then yung ating secretariat, no? Pero yung secretaries, the reality is alter ego choice ng presidente yan eh. So although may vetting system, hindi pa ganun ka-high-tech ang vetting system natin. So it is really the CA that is the line of defense. So may I appeal to our colleagues and to the good chair and vice chair, no, that let's do it slowly but surely. If we have to work overtime, if we have to go Thursdays, why not? Di ba? If we have to extend, after yung session natin, why not, di ba? Pero kung naghahabol lang tayo dahil last day tomorrow, and then maapektuhan naman, kung may mangyari dito, may skandalo mangyari mo sa department, di ba? Siyempre, apektado. Oy, 30 minutes lang yan. Oy, 4 lang nagtanong yan. Oy, lahat ng nag-endorse niyan, nag-insert lang sa record, no? Apektado po. So may I just make this appeal and make this assurance to our people that we're working hard and we'll make sure na quality ang trabahong ibibigay ng your Commission on Appointments. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and may I
Thank
make
you.
that appeal.
If I may be able to also put on record, we made that appeal earlier, Senator Cayetano. In the beginning of the session, I already informed the Secretariat that we should only have no more than 3 committees to handle.
We have 4 secretaries, 23 ambassadors or DFA, and 1 JBC tomorrow. And I was informed no cancellation. So I don't want the secretaries to wait, Mr. Chair.
No,
Maybe-
that's why. To allow me to explain, my dear colleague, no? We are performing our duties. We are not neglecting our duties here. Remember, we have to put it in proper context. If they are not appointed tomorrow, they will be bypassed. And therefore, the president has to reappoint them when we come back. So that also gives them a problem. It's problematic for the secretary to be bypassed and have to seek another reappointment. It is also going to hinder their performance as members of the cabinet. So that is why we always ask if there are objections. In the committee, no one is prevented, and you can ask the majority leader, no one is prevented from asking, and no one is prevented from objecting, and no one is prevented from asking another hearing. As a matter of fact, Secretary Manalo was already invited for 1 hearing, but we asked him to come back. So it does not mean if we schedule you today, you will be appointed today. Swerte lang po yung 3 secretary dahil siguro maraming kaibigan at magagaling naman talaga, and we can see there were no objections, even opposition to their appointments. Then if we can confirm them immediately. However, I get the point of the minority floor leader. I also said that earlier to the majority leader. I said to him, this is too much. It is eating in the time of the Senate. We have to be able to ask quality questions, allow our colleagues to ask the questions. So we are going to follow your lead. And maybe tomorrow, pasensya na lang. Siguro tama po si Senator Cayetano, tomorrow is our last day. We have so many topics to tackle before we go on our recess. And so we may have to sacrifice some of the appointees tomorrow. It's not that we don't want to hear them. It's just that lack of material time. And if everyone actually manifests their support, it takes over 2 hours. We started at 3 p.m. here in the plenary, and we ended almost, it's now 4:41. So if everybody reads their manifestation, it took 3 hours last Wednesday. So I agree.
Mr.
I
Chair,
agree with the minority.
To agree with you, there hasn't been, wala namang puwersahan, no?
Yes.
And everyone has been assured that they will be consulted. Ang point ko lang naman po, syempre tao din po tayo. Pag tinitigan tayo ng mga chairman na overtime na, bilisan mo. And personally ako, although matanong din po ako, I'll ask it sa budget hearing. Pero hindi ko rin ma-attendan yung budget hearing kasi kasabay. So ang point ko lang naman po, siguro understanding from the Office of the President na because sabay-sabay, because it is the start of the new administration, may mababypass talaga. But that is not on the reflection on the performance or integrity of the nominee or the appointee. So let me just put that on record. Na yung mababypass ngayon, siguro kung 3-4 beses ka na bypass, ibang usapan yun. And that's why we have a rule na kailangan magbotohan na after 3 beses, no, na ma-bypass ka. No? So having said that, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully nga, we can meet quickly and decide para hindi naman maghintay yung hindi kailang maghintay kasi may trabaho din yung secretary na yun. No? Thank you very much.
Yeah, we
Mr.
take
Chair.
note of that, and we will take steps to make sure that it does not happen again. And I'd like to start sessions at 3 p.m. because I am going to be ridiculed by our former Senate President, Senator Soto, who always made sure session opened at exactly 3 p.m. every day.
Mr. President,
Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, I I commiserate with the position of Senator Cayetano, although I'm not part of the minority. Perhaps to rephrase his comments, it would boil down to the 5-day rule, Mr. President. We are not yet tired. Congressman Marcoleta is still very energetic, and the same is true with the majority leader. He emphasized to me his youthful robustness during the lunch break, but perhaps again the toll on our daily grind, Mr. President. The toll probably is the gist of the good minority leaders manifestation. So, Mr. President, we can still work. We can still work, but we observe the 5-day rule. We recognize likewise the limits of our physical endurance. This is not going to be a marathon, but the marathon is the budget deliberations. But we all enjoy working for the Commission on Appointments as part of our mandate, Mr. President. So I join the manifestation of our good minority leader. Baka pagod na yung iba, pero ituloy lang po natin yung ating trabaho. Alang-alang sa bayan, Mr. President.
Mr. Chair, may we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar?
Villar is recognized.
I just want to manifest that those in the list tomorrow, I haven't talked to them even once. So I just wonder if we schedule secretaries whom we haven't talked to before their appointment. I just want to make that manifestation. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, one thing is for sure, all members are hardworking and up for the challenge. But, however, we understand that the Senate has to tackle your own agenda in business. Congressmen, we have to go back to Congress now because we're in the thick of approving on third reading the budget. But we note everyone's opinion, comment, and moving forward, I think we will work accordingly based on time constraints. And
we appeal, Your Honor, we appeal to our friends in the executive because they badger us with calls every night, every hour, including the secretariat. We make an appeal to our distinguished colleagues that we will now follow maybe a 2-committee or maximum 3-committee rule every Commission on Appointments Day so that hindi po tayo always naghahabol ng oras. We have enough time to ask questions, and we have enough time to vet out any opposition on their appointments. And we appeal to them. We don't do this because we don't like them. We do this, as said by Senator Cayetano, because we want the public. We owe it to the public to know what their plans or programs are for their departments. So I'm glad that the Minority Floor Leader brought that up. Even I am having sleepless nights on how to schedule their appointments, and so be it. It has been said and it shall be followed. And if there's no objections from our colleagues in the next hearing, the next few hearings, particularly tomorrow, we cannot finish tomorrow with the list that I've given. We will not be able to finish till 6 p.m. So that we'll have to cut down that list. And I'll leave it to the Majority Floor Leader and our colleagues to see who will have to vent for the next hearing.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the House contingent, upon consultation with our chairman, we fully agree with the suggestion of the Minority Leader, the Senate President, and Senator Tolentino and Senator Cynthia Villar, in order to, fully deliberate on all nominees. We agree with the suggestion, and the 5-day rule definitely should be followed moving
Yes.
forward.
Moving forward. Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, ladies, after a very long day, I think this is the longest day that the Commission on Appointments has had. It's not because I'm your trabador ng Senado. It's just that matagal talaga itong mga deliberations na ito. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters discussed, I move to adjourn.
There being no objection, motion is approved.